ค Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back, guys. It's time for the final day of the Last Chance Qualifier here at the PUBG Americas Series 3. And we are going to decide who the top 8 teams are that will advance to the grand finale, and the 8 teams who have their dreams crushed under the crushing boots of the top tier. And they have to sit, and they have to wait, and they have to watch for what could be months before they have a chance to qualify again. So there's a lot on the line. They said that a little memey, but it's actually very true. I'm here with Porosaurus and Godspeed, and I can't stress that enough, Poro. This is one of those situations where teams don't make it. It could be the end of like their pursuit of pro. Like, this is a very long break with not a lot of opportunities.
Sup, Playboy, first of all. Yeah, no, I'm ready to go. I'm excited about this. And I mean, I want to say you're partially right. Like, I don't think a lot of these teams in particular are like full-time gung-ho PUBG players, right? Fair. So I think that the what you'll probably see is you'll see a lot of roster shakeups again, because you always do, right? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if you like the squad that you're with right now and you feel like this is the best squad that you can put together, now's the time to show it, because otherwise you're going to be waiting for a while.
Or go out there and get some Therathon 5 players. I heard they are available. Godspeed, how you doing today?
I'm doing really well today. The games yesterday were pretty interesting. I think solely based off of just the circles, though they were interesting in the circle aspect, but not in the top 2 aspects, sponging all those points. But yeah, yesterday was a good day. There's still a lot to play for. Obviously, top 8, the cusp is still very much alive.
It's all about the cutoff. So what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the top 2 teams because we have to, okay? They played far and away better than anybody else out there. They deserve some flowers. And then I think we forget about them for a little while and we focus on the cutoff, because it comes down to that 8-9 line. So let's get into the big boys, the heavy hitters. Poro, a team that I think is close to your heart because you've known some of these guys forever. It's the Sonics. Talk to me about them.
I mean, I think obviously they looked way better yesterday than they have in a while. But again, like, this is what they're supposed to be doing, right? Like, if you get that team, you get them in a last chance qualifier lobby, they should be running through the lobby, and they did. They were the first, fourth, 11th, first, and third. I mean, that's pretty impressive. Kickstart, obviously, just on an absolute tear, got over 20 kills. You know, they just looked the way we expect them to look in every lobby. So the fact that we're seeing it in the LCQ, that's maybe a good sign going forward to the grand final. We'll have to see.
Let's take a look at the format. I'm going to come back to Godspeed in a second so that he can tell us all about Mercy, and then we'll move on to who do we sort of look at the movers and shakers today at that cutoff point, because it's all about the grand final. As you can see right now on your screen, group stages, that's done and dusted. We had 24 teams drop in. The top 8 teams, if you're just joining us, they got auto passes to the grand final. When I say auto, I mean that loosely, because they had to do battle to get those qualification spots. Then, because this is such an important play-in, we added the LCQ. The idea is, just because you have a bad first weekend doesn't mean that you're out. You get to go to the second stage. You get 12 more games to prove that you deserve to go the distance and get a shot at the grand final. 8 teams will advance today. 8 will go home, and that's it for them. Now, the next part is the grand final. That's going to start on April 5th, and that's even trickier, Godspeed, because only 3 of those teams will get bids to the next two PGS 3 and PGS 4. So this is a very challenging tournament, and I'm at least very glad they added the LCQ to it, to be honest.
I've always loved LCQs in any game, especially ours. It's the most, in my opinion, it tends to be the most exciting point of a tournament sometimes. We've seen kind of grand finals fizzle out where a team runs away with it, but LCQs are always packed. You know, these teams are fighting desperately, as you said, to make it to the grand finals. And the fact that we kind of touched on it earlier, that it's the next 2 events that the top 3 go to, right? Which there is, as we also stated, a very long break in between, you know, the next online qualifier. And so this is a very big deal for these teams, and making it into the grand finals would be a very massive opportunity for them.
That, I think, is the big thing. Now let's talk about how you get to those grand finals and what you're going to do it with. It's points. You got to get 1 point per kill, 10 points per first place, and then it goes down from there. Now, the good part of this, we learned yesterday, Poro, is that kills can be stolen by the top teams, and they'll take first and second. But the teams at the cutoff, I mean, they can't steal placement points from you, and that seems to be what most of those teams at the cutoff have been depending on to make this push-up, because the top teams were taking all the kills yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, well, they were also taking the wins too, weren't they? So it's like, I mean, you got to do whatever you can do. I mean, you got to, I think coming into today, all these teams that are in the chase, which is most of them for that cut line, because that cut line is going to be low, especially if Sonics and Mercy keep playing the way they have been. I think that they have to take that into account and really kind of maybe adjust your play style a little bit more, be a little bit more aggressive in trying to go for those kill flushes and try to collect those points any place you can get them, because it feels like this is going to be one of those things, and it usually is, where it's separated by just 1 or 2 points at the end of the day.
And keeping in mind, just for you guys at home, when we talk about these events, sort of how you get to the end, we talk about how many points per game you're getting. 8th place, which is the cutoff, was getting 4.1 or 4.2 points per game on average. So that's super very low, right? Super low. Like 7, 8 is maybe like you're shooting for the mid pack normally. So that's kind of crazy how low that is. Let's talk about prize pool. It's what they're playing for. 12,000K to first place when you get to that. But the real win here is not necessarily the money, which is great. No argument there. $12,000. I'd love to have that. But the PGC points, because there aren't a lot available. I know we talked about it. I'm going to have you do it one more time, Godspeed. What does that mean that there's only 3 regional chances to get PGC points this year?
Yeah, it just means if you don't qualify for the international events, then you're pretty much SOL when it comes to PGC points, right? And ultimately, that is the biggest tournament. That's where every player wants to go at the end of the year. And so, yeah, these are very vital points that are up for grabs right now in this regional circuit.
You want to make that big money. You want to get sponsorships. You want to get deals. You want to get prize pools. You want to make yourself a GPT contender one day. Yep. You got to go to PGC. You got to get those PGC points. Here's what I meant. Available for regional qualifiers. There's just this one, then the Esports World Cup qualifier, and PAS 4. And Poro, they don't skyrocket like they did last year. That's pretty even keeled in terms of point distribution.
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, it's just like you got to look at this as like a long-term version of a round of PUBG or a weekend of PUBG. Really, is like if you can come out early and swing for the fences and get that 300, 200, 185 points right off the bat, like you're going to be playing with a little bit more swagger down the road, and knowing that you have a little bit more wiggle room to play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit more maybe high risk in certain situations when you're gonna, if you're chasing from the bottom, if you have 0 or double digits, you know, you're gonna be wanting to try to play a little bit more safely, I guess is the word I'm thinking. But you know, if you come out hot, you're gonna be hot for the rest of the year is how it tends to work.
And have a little more flexibility if things don't go great. If someone gets sick, if you have to make a roster change because of life issues. Yeah. Starting with that 300 or 150 is going to be a big deal. All right, here's the leaderboard. Left side, those are the teams that already got through to the grand final. Last chance is where we're right now. Sonics 83, Mercy 95. Good Lord. Everybody else in between that. The cutoff, and I'm going to call your attention to it, elevate at 30 all the way down to basically also known as in this. And I'll say everyone's in it because yesterday, the last game of the day, 4Nation started that match with 5 points in the hopper and are now actually in the hunt. So if you come out strong at the start of today, you could go the distance. Now, let's finish up with me talking about who goes the distance. Godspeed. We got to give some talks about Mercy for just a second. 95 points. Back-to-back 19 kill games. What is going on with these guys?
I mean, you just said it. The fact that they had back-to-back 19 kill games, wins, by the way, those are back-to-back 19. Yeah, it's a little ridiculous.
Wild,
I mean, PWD, Seifu, and Sneak Attack showed up very big yesterday as well. I mean, Mercy came back with a vengeance. And the thing that was most impressive to me in the way they were fighting yesterday specifically is they were playing hard edge most of the time. And they were absolutely just running over every team that was on the edge. PWD looked like a juggernaut. I mean, it was kind of absurd to be fair, but they have just looked unstoppable. I mean, even in fights against Sonics, there was one game where Sonics did get the better of them in an end game. I believe it was on Miramar, but they have just been looking like world beaters right now. And so if they can continue today, I don't think they even need to. I think they qualified just based off this alone. But I mean, it's a statement, right? You want to send a statement and make sure you go into the grand finals very confident, which I don't think Mercy is lacking any confidence at all right now.
Not at all. Okay, let's talk about the chasers, the cutoffs, the ones who need to get there or hold on tight to their future. Poro, let's start with the aces. I know that you've kind of watched these guys. They had a weird opening group stages. Talking about where they are now and do they have what it takes to make that cut?
I mean, they're all over the place, right? I mean, going back to group stages, the first day they got 7 points, followed up by 48 on day 2. So they come in this weekend, they got 21 points on the first day. So the question is this a team that figures out stuff about the lobby from day to day? I mean, it's a team that's got Finna on there, guys, Zealot, guys that have been around for a really long time, Jam as well. Jam actually was the one that really popped off in day 2 last week of their play, so one of the big reasons why they found themselves kind of making a late day push. But this is hopefully the day they can repeat what they had in the group stages, where they take what they've learned from the first day of play and really just use that to build off of for the second day and make a run, because I think they have the talent, dude. They really do. So they should be able to make top 8 in this lobby. They should.
Are we getting good Rex or bad Rex? I don't know who it was on the panel yesterday. Someone had a great metaphor where they said it's funny because aces are a 1 or an 11, right? And that's this team in a nutshell. You don't know which one's going to show up. Is it the 1s or is it the 11s
actually,
today?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we're going. I'd like to see what they show up as today. Another team that's on the race, Elevate Gaming, Godspeed, 6th place, only 30 points though. So when you say 6, it's for those of you at home, it's not obvious, because 29 is 7, 8th place is 29, and then 9th is 28. So 30 is not very much padding. Tell me about this team, and do you think they go the distance?
I mean, as far as the roster, I don't think we really need to talk about it at this point. We all know that these players are incredibly experienced. They have international competition level, but I think the biggest issue for me is I just want to see them to get past phase 5 with like 4 members up. I just feel like they're constantly getting picked apart, and because of that, they can't really enact the strategies they want, whether it's their team fighting or rotating, playing edge. They had some good positions yesterday that got taken away from them due to circle, and then just adapting to that, they kind of got shredded. So I just want to see Elevate just survive with 4 up, please. Love of everything. Just get past circle 4 or 5 with 4 up, and I think Elevate has a really good chance to continue to climb.
I think that's the issue with them, is that they felt a little pubby with some of the ways they were taking fights, but you can in this lobby. But yesterday, when Mercy and Sonics became gods and made it so that nobody else was allowed to play edge, we just saw team after team become center teams that weren't planning on it, I think, when the day started. And so teams like Elevate are like, none of this makes sense. Like, people are doing things that don't logically fit. And I think that that's where we saw some of them forced into weird 2s, some uncomfortable splits. So hopefully if they just roll a 4-man death ball today, I feel like that's their future. At least I buy into that. Okay, let's talk about another team at the top. Say what?
No, I agree with Dustin. I think that's what they should do. I mean, I think that the fragging power on that team is ridiculous. Like, they should be going out there trying to find kills.
Get out there and fight. Now, here's another team I want to talk about for a second. Synergy, they're in 3rd, Poro, 47 points, but they're not getting a lot of love, but I feel like they should be. Like, they're playing pretty well. I don't foresee any issues with them advancing. And what's your take on them in general for this stage so far? You think that they've got long-term potential?
Yeah. I mean, I think Synergy did yesterday what we kind of want Elevate to do, right? Like, their placements haven't been that great, but they've been collecting tons of kills through their games. Like, they haven't made a run at any wins, but they're winning fights just off of sheer firepower. I mean, Kalnick's already at 20 kills as well. They went in group stages, they had 30 and 37 points per each day, and yesterday they got 47. So I think that this lobby is a good lobby for them to really kind of collect a bunch of kills and just get that kind of assert their dominance.
Assert their dominance. Even the lobby.
Assert it.
T-pose a lot. I mean, even to kind of bounce off that, I think overall, Mike kind of hit the nail on the head. Their macro overall looks good too, right? Like, Synergy has been making good moves overall. Their positioning has been really solid. The rotations haven't, been these kind of disasters. Like, they kind of get messed up by Sonics and Mercy, but I mean, who hasn't in this lobby so far? So I think Synergy has actually been looking fairly solid so far over the course of LCQ.
Ooh.
I agree with that. I think Cluzera has looked very, very strong.
And I think great.
Yeah.
And I think part of it, I think part of it is this idea that yesterday in the interview with Kickstart, he was like, we were trying some things out in groups, and then yesterday we were like, let's just have fun and go smack people in the face. Paraphrasing, obviously. I feel like Synergy hasn't made that change. Like, Synergy's just playing sort of their game and sticking to the game plan and saying, just because it's a yummy lobby doesn't mean we're going to go out there and try to do yummy lobby things, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like they're just playing fundamental PUBG, and honestly, I kind of like seeing it.
I mean, it's like Gunnar used to say, right? One of the biggest problems that some of our top teams have is that when they get in lobbies like this, no disrespect, but they respect it too much, and they try to play it like it's an international lobby instead of just realizing the situation, reading the lobby, and saying, "Wait, we're like orders of magnitude more powerful than most of these teams. Let's just go out there and just assert ourselves and force our will on everybody around us, instead of just like letting people just get away with stuff that we would, like we would in an international lobby." So I think a lot of these teams that are really experienced need to kind of look at that the same way and just be like, look, we're probably better than half these teams here. Let's just go fight. Let's just go fight and get our points.
So I continue to just talk about some of these teams that I'm curious to see where they go. I think Ratz is there on the screen right now. This is a good one for me to 29 points. Ratz, despite the irony of them fighting with the Gatos constantly, doesn't feel like they're... I expect better. I know Despoon, I know Grant Lattice, I know Gats, right? Like I've seen these guys play a lot, but it just feels like they're not walking away from their team fights. They're not crisp. It's almost indecisive. So I'm a little bit worried about Ratz going the distance today. They are at the cutoff, 29, 8th place, but yesterday didn't give me a lot of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Gats had some good moments. He had an Om yesterday, and then even like Chun. Again, like we know these players, we know what they're capable of, but at what point do we say like we know what they're capable of, but they're not performing to that level, right? And for whatever reason, I mean, this is a lobby that I would consider weaker, especially with the way that the points are kind of flowing right now. So they should be able to really exploit that. And so far, they haven't been able to. Whether it's getting caught on the edge, the rotations haven't been the greatest. Obviously, the circles. I mean, just talking about the circles yesterday, circle 1 and 2 on Erangel were kind of ridiculous. That melee-based circle that ended right in the open, and then we had that Stalber circle that ended right in the open, and then we moved on to Taego, and we saw the Ohyang circle that ended right in the open, the train station circle that ended right in the open on Taego, and then we had East Hacienda that ended right in the open, and then Brickyard, which ended right in the open. So yesterday's circles were, I mean, they were brutal. To be fair to the teams, they were absolutely brutal, especially the train one on Vikendi. I was yelling at a lot. I was like, okay, that's that's trash.
Also,
I mean,
but like those circles favor like those face punching teams, in my opinion, right?
They
When
do.
you got those teams
and
that
the
are
hard
just
edge
sweeping
playing
and
teams,
slapping, they do well.
Exactly.
So maybe it changes, and then we see this circle, which I think is also just another tough circle to start with. Like, that's a lot of unplayable terrain, and no one wants to be in the ravine. Like, everyone wants Chuma Hill. Like, again, this is just going to be another challenging circle.
Okay. Yeah, that's
challenging.
Is this a 3-1 split from Aces? You say nobody wants to be in the Valley, boy. Apparently they do, but Finna, I think, realizing right off the rip that like as soon as he takes those shots, immediately is I think everybody now knows he's the only person there. So I think he's getting some backup from Jam though in the process.
Yeah. And honestly, for a lot of the teams that have been struggling, right, that we've kind of been talking about, this early game is actually so vital.
Why is Zealot way down here by himself?
I mean, he's just watching. He's just watching Gatos Chicos.
Listen,
okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I stopped asking questions about Ace's decisions earlier yesterday.
Free.
Oh no! Why?
It was free 99.
He was waiting.
He was switching cars.
And look at that, timed perfectly with the storm. Light work. That is 5-head play from Zealot.
And then, as if to add insult to injury, he took the Murado that he had stopped to like switch out for something else. He was like, "I'll even take the car that you didn't think was good enough."
He switched to Murado for a Bronco, maybe just because it was lower on gas, and I'm actually confused at that somewhat. But I mean,
I don't know.
That's also not somewhere you expect like Zealot to be. To be completely fair, but it is what it is.
Yeah, that's definitely super unfortunate for Gatos Chicos, but yeah, why is he even there? Why is he even there? His whole team is in the dead center of the circle. They left him down. Maybe he just didn't have a. Well, no, he had a vehicle because they went for the. I look at Keegan. He has no. He's like, there's got to be somebody else here. It doesn't make sense.
There's a
it felt like
ghost.
he was baiting the car, but there was just nothing to bait. I don't understand it, and I still don't understand why you would stop the Murado to get that car. Like the whole thing was just confusing. But hey, good kill.
Yeah, it was low.
Thumbs up, bro.
You know, it had enough. I think. I don't know. Well, you go synergy, high ground. I love that's one thing that I love about e-pickups on Miramar specifically is that it opens up all this high ground where people can just take these spots that just can't be breached and just gain so much information about where everybody is, and Synergy doing it just kind of spread out all over the place here towards the center of the circle, Godspeed.
Yeah, Synergy actually has a really good position right now. They have Overwatch on pretty much anything they'd want to see coming in or out around Pozo, and they have a good split as well with that high ground position. And as you said, I mean, the beautiful thing about e-pickups is just the ability to play those really high ground positions, places that we never could before, and it's really opened up the maps quite a bit, especially for teams that we've seen Sonics do before in the past, where they have like multiple e-pickups to get out of that position once they get in it. So it really adds a lot of layers to the game, especially on a map like Miramar.
Oh no, we see Not a Hobby coming in real late, and they're pushing right into the middle of the Synergy split. Fortunately for them, Fake had to move back. He couldn't just open up on him from the spot that he wanted because he's getting shot at from range. I'm not sure who that is that's taking shots over there. It might be 55, but either way, Zolmak's gonna drop down the smoke, keep himself alive, and that's Dangyo actually hitting the shots for Four Nations. So not as free farm as you would like for Fake there.
Not quite, but Fake can deliver a lot of information, especially about Not a Hobby right underneath him. And if they wanted to, Synergy could potentially pinch this. Is that something they will do? I don't think this early, but it's an option for them. And at the very least, Fake is not afraid to be up here at all. He's still peeking, which I like.
There's the boy himself, Kalnix. Hopped off yesterday a little bit quietly. Not quietly. It was just overwhelmed by all the Mercy and Sonics players that were going off as well. But Kalnix, 20 kills for himself, over 3k damage. He was looking real nice for Synergy.
Yeah, Martin's had a really good moment on Miramar yesterday as well, where I think he got like a 3-piece to kind of save them out of a bad situation before they inevitably got wiped. But yeah, I mean, Synergy again is just they've been playing really solid. I feel like there's definitely some points that were left on the table, but that's nothing that's really a big issue, especially with how Sonics and Mercy have just been sponging every single point in this lobby. And then, 55, we didn't really talk about them. They had a really nice win for themselves yesterday as well. It was a fairly high kill win. So, yeah, the cusp, that cutoff is still so up for grabs, Boro.
Yeah, what was it, a 19 kill win for them in game number 4. Not much else the rest of the day, but
I mean, that's enough.
That's enough. Look, hey, yesterday was the tale of big kill wins. Okay, that's a circle. I don't think we would cut away from the west side, but I guess we'll stay hugging it. Aces looking real nice. Going to be some pretty quick decision making on the part of Finna and Jam. You see, I'm already in the vehicles on the move. Four Nation already in position. A little bit of a 2-2 split. They're having to take care of anybody that comes near them, and it looks like they're doing well so far. Mafu has Balefrost right on his tail. The rest of Elevate as well, but it looks like he should be safe. His Elevate is going to just pull up to the compound.
Yeah, this is a big shift to the south for all the teams as we see them rotate. Ace is in a great position. I'm so glad they were able to consolidate early, but here we go. Mercy starting off again. Sneak attack is going to find Kaishin. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the flush. Needs to be a little careful, but yeah, this circle is very difficult to play, especially the region that we see here. No way he gets that nade. I did not think it had the length.
No shot. Well, somebody just got shot out of their vehicle as the vehicle just runs.
Did they, or is
through the field?
Or is Zampa just sending that thing down?
Well, Not a Hobby. Trying Arson thought he was going to take some free shots over at L1P7, but nope. That is a seat swap, also known as a little bit lower on the leaderboard, but they kind of pulling it out here in the early game at least.
Lip has been the most impressive person for me on this team, at least as far as performance
yesterday. We're going with Lip?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going with Lip.
L1P7,
but
I'll call him Lips. I'm guessing that I'm not. Look, I'm boomer enough to I'm elite.
I'm not. I'm only 5 years behind, so I'm getting there. But yeah, Lip has been very impressive overall on that team, and it's curious to see what that team can actually muster around that performance that they been able to show yesterday. But I mean, just going back to this circle, this is so rough to play. Ace is in the best position, just on the middle of the map. We see PWD. He is not one to be trifled with right now. Does it look like Zolbox is going to get a chance? And now back, what can you do?
Jeez, last round as he pulls around the corner, and yeah, Not a Hobby as you said, just in bad shape. I mean, they've been trying to send it towards the center from that northern side, and they have been running into just about every team on the way as PWD trades a little bit of damage, and he's gonna go down. Back Monster with the aggressive peek there. PWD does have support though, so Lucid is here. Back Monster gonna try to stop down and heal a little bit, but you can hear the bullets plinking off.
Oh, Shinboy!
And Shinboy actually gonna finish off the raid boss from Mercy. So one down now for Mercy as Lucid has to retreat into the hard cover.
That's a big kill for basically the lobby. As you said, the raid boss is going to go down, but more importantly, Elevate going to have a little bit of sidelines on this fight as well, as we see so many teams rotating just on this west road towards the south. And now Erangel will find Lopes, and that's going to be an easy flush and point for 4Nation.
Yeah, 55. They left one on the very northern tip, trying to scout out where they were going to go, and then the rest of the three sent it. One goes down, Spectro goes down, and the other two immediately pulling off. So Psycho and Glock still keeping things alive. Now Mike pulling to AKA, but look at this, 4Nation Mafu holding things off.
Oh, that was so sick. He did.
He didn't. The hip fire.
The fact that he got in the car and then he ran past him to just get, that was okay. Okay.
We target tracking in PUBG now? Is this COD? What is going on? But new circle pops and we are dead center. I like it. Hey, I'll take it.
Yeah, this is much better than it kind of shifting towards Brickyard. That area is what I was talking about being so difficult to cross, especially when it's dead center in the circle. You have to basically pick a side, but fortunately the circle has given them a little bit of a break as Mafu will find Hooligan, and that's it. Gato's Chico's out in 15th to start the day.
Mafu want a little bit of a heater to start things
off.
He's gonna get a little loot infusion here for himself. He's still inside the zone. He's very much separated from the rest of the boys, but they are dead center circle. We'll see if Elevate allows him to get by, or if he even tries. Meanwhile, Sonics, they have the high ground. They've got a compound of themselves. Nobody really anywhere near them, so they're kind of taking the slow road into this zone as AKA. They have the north side held down at that long building. They still have plenty of vehicles, so if they do need to move, should be okay. And this Tiggleton's going to find Haze 10 from Gallo.
Such a mini abuser. I love it. Tig is the ultimate.
Oh, he absolutely is.
But
that's the reason why I won't pick up any other DMR. Like, I only use minis.
So I mean, all the DMRs are good, but I personally also love the mini. I mean, that gun is disgusting. But yeah, Sonics, as you said, are going to be saved. Teams like Sonics, Aces, I mean Synergy, they're going to be hanging out for quite a while. I mean, even Elevate's going to be somewhat safe on that left side of the map here on the west. But the teams I'm looking at that are going to have trouble coming in here are going to be like Future, Pichao, potentially AKA. If that circle shifts off and goes south, I mean AKA is going to be stranded out there. And then we still have Ratz, who aren't even in the circle yet, but they will find a kill at the very least on Slabby.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on up there, but Slabby for 55 was all by himself up on that northern side. I'm not sure if he was scouting or what, but Ratz ends up pulling up on him out in the zone and getting that kill. So we'll see where they decide to go next. Mafu was able to rejoin the rest of the squad for 4Nation in the center. So fortunate for him as Elevate had eyes on him, but then Aces decided to take shots at Elevate, protect him a little bit. So everybody kind of grouping back up again and just taking long range shots at each other. No kill secures really coming out as the one I'm interested in is that Brickyard side, Godspeed. You got still 1, 2, 3 teams that are still on that low side on the east. Yeah,
those are the teams I was most worried about, right? Pichao, Future, and then you also have Old Guard as well, just kind of sitting. I mean, Old Guard really is going to be the one to gatekeep those teams coming in from the east side, which could be good for them. But I'm also kind of worried about Aces, even though they're in the best position currently on the map. They're flanked and surrounded by Sonics and Mercy.
Oh, Ratz! Remember they were on that northern edge. They got the kill on a 55 and then decided to send it down the road in the hard shift over to the east.
Oh man. What was I saying
Prayers
about
for Sonics have been answers. Yeah, I mean, this helps out Sonics, this helps out Pichao, this helps out Old Guard, this helps out all those teams that you were literally just talking about on that eastern side. But now Elevate is going to have to make something happen here, and Ratz, they know, just filled that roadside right underneath them. So Elevate is going to have some decision making to do here.
Elevate's going to have a hard road forward. I mean, they're pretty much going to have to fight into this. Their two options are to either fight straight through Ratz and then have to go through Aces, or they wrap down to the south and have to tango with Mercy, which no one's really been able to kind of get ahead of. So, and with the way that they've been playing, I mean, yesterday, I want to believe that they can at least fight through one of these teams, but it's an uphill battle for sure.
Okay. Checking in with Old Guard, as you said, serving that gatekeeping position.
A lot of points for them, possibly.
Oh, good. I mean, we could hope so. Future still Future now the only team really on that eastern side. I think the main issue for Mercy is that whenever they do finally have to make their way west, they're going to have to go through Mercy, as you said. Well, the only issue for Old Guard is that they're going to
Mercy's
have to make
going
their way
through
to Mercy. I'm looking at Mercy. Yeah, Mercy's only enemy is themselves at this point. Well, Grant Landis and Ratz, this is the push we were waiting for. Elevate, just going to send it in the vehicles right on the roadside. Grant Landis a little bit forward. The grenade will do some damage, but Shinboy will find him as it's just trade after trade right now. Balefrost, Vegas, and Poonage all still on their feet. Despoon has the hard cover behind the UAZ, and he might be the last one up here. Shun, it was still way down south here for Ratz.
Yeah, these fights on the road can be so awkward because, as you can see, teams are just using what little vehicles. Oh, hello. Speaking of vehicles, just rolling backwards on fire. It's very awkward to fight here. You have to use your vehicles, essentially sacrificing them for cover, and then nades. Nades are such a big factor, as we saw one go down, but the Spoon potentially going for Balefrost. Can he find it? No, but a lot of damage is being traded out here. Yep.
Big shots there, and as you see, Chin nowhere near this. Is on the south side pushing into Mercy right now, so this is just the two-man crew of Ratz at this point. If Spoon can get him back on his feet, and he does, the grenade will land, will find Gats, get the re-knock, and now the push coming through. Elevate reads the situation. They know what's up. They're gonna go ahead and just crash this until that man is dead, and they have no other real choice here as the blue is arriving. Spray through the window, and Poonage will find it. 4 kills now for Elevate.
So far, very clean for Elevate. And as I said, I want to see them get past phase 4 or 5 with 4 up. And not only do they have 4 up, they have 4 kills as well. And so now they're going to make their push onto the Aces. And the Aces are currently split. So if Elevate get their timing right here, they could potentially just take this back compound. But 4 Nation right above Aces as well, Poro.
And that circle pops, and you can see 4 Aces immediately on the move. Danamon and Jam already sending it back up to the spot. Oh, Zico, nice catch on the spray for Warlock, but he's going to get spotted out by Rafix as everybody on this western side is now slowly coming into view of each other. As Danamon, you can see, trying to make the run. Poonage spraying in the back will take the whole mag, but won't find the knock. Look at this Dango right on the other side.
Yeah, Dango on the other side again. 4 Nation coming in, and the timing there, Ace is just barely getting out of there. Consolidation was successful for them, but now Elevate, what is their play? Do they push straight into Aces? Do they take this fight with Dango?
I don't think they were aware of Dango just yet, but AKA was taking shots into Dango, so he couldn't focus on Elevate. And there he is. He's just gonna say, "Oh my God!" Poonage, the seed swap, the pull up, the Mafu is the last one. Mafu was having a great game there for a while, but he eventually does go down. As Elevate now will try to reset and get everybody back on their feet. Will AKA let them?
I'm not sure, but now we head over to the north side of the circle, Poro, which we haven't seen much of, but Borja de Gallo is actually going to take the fight to multiple teams, one of them being Synergy, now being sandwiched between them and Penella.
Yeah, Synergy all kind of right on top of each other. Penella good. It's right now, it's just trading offensive utility back and forth. Synergy has the hard cover.
This isn't even in circle, Poro. They're fighting just to get in.
I mean, this Synergy has to sit here and wait. I mean, they have the hard cover, but as you said, like, this is taking so long. And look at this, Sonics has vision down on this as well, and this is just free farming ADR for Sonics as Elevate pushes up on AKA. 2 of them will go down, but they do end up getting the rest of them. But no, Gaia, it's actually all of Elevate.
Mutually assured destruction.
Mutually assured destruction. There you go.
Holy, well, Elevate, Nanu.
They go down, but boy, they collected a nice little stack of kills for themselves, 7 overall. So they find themselves in 6. Gaio just running away, trying to get themselves around Synergy. As Synergy waited too long, and they're gonna get eliminated by the Sonics. Gaio, Hayes 10, the only one knocked, and now it's just looking downhill here. It's just fighting constantly here on the north side.
Yeah, Bonja de Gallo is, I mean, they're still in a very difficult position because they still have to go up on that hill from the Sonics. Their only real reprieve is if Panella Good can possibly distract Sonics, give them that window of opportunity, and that would actually give Bonja a really good chance to get that third-party situation, but Sonics still holding strong, and now Pichal starting to get a little active, and that's going to be a knock and a flush.
That's a nasty little knock and flush there from Fantastico, and Sonic's now down to 3 as we see the circle. Where's it gonna go? Is it gonna the rich keep getting richer overall? No. Okay, we're pulling off of the mountain, and now Pachao is looking like absolute geniuses. They are caked up and ready to go 4 deep. They have the compound on the north side. They don't have to worry about anything that's coming down from this hill. They just gonna get to sit there and wait.
Yeah, and wait they shall. Sonic's not going to be taking the fight to Panella Good. Mercy, meanwhile, is going to be looking for a fight with Aces, because then right after that fight, they have to clean up and move towards Old Guard, and so this needs to be a very quick hit, and it needs to be very efficient. Sonic still with 3 members down. I mean, they still have something to play as well. If they want to, they can pull back, Poro.
I think they need to. Yeah, Panella Good slowly starting to make their way up here. See the airburst grenade will do a lot of damage there to Ace One and Shrimsy, but no knocks coming through as, yeah, Future is just, they just gotta sit there and wait. I mean, you knew it was gonna happen eventually. I don't think they have any smokes left, maybe at this point. HDFBS, the last one alive with about 2 HP. As you see the empty smoke gun in his hand. Sonics, back to Panella Good. I think Tiggleton got eyes on somebody real close as the fight between Zealot, Aces, and Mercy on the south side of this zone also popping off.
So far, Panella Good have done a really good job of utilizing this ridge to make sure that they're not completely open in any of these angles of the Sonics. Tiggleton still desperately looking just for a single knock as a solo here. If he can get one knock, he can get the domino started. Decent amount of damage. And he's going to back off.
Coming through.
Yeah, it was good.
Wasn't able to get the flush, that's fine. He's not going to be able to get back down to his teammates most likely, but Tig just being the aggressor here. We get to see the Sonics versus
timing.
Sonic. I've been waiting for this fight to happen for a long time. Sonic's now the last player alive being pinned down by Sonics, and he's just going to try to make the run around and avoid that blue zone damage as Tiggleton had him absolutely pinned to the wall. But that's the last player up for Sonics, 4 alive, or 4 kills rather, as he is just gonna, I think he knows to avoid this line of sight here as Panella, or who was it that had vision on this? PCH down there.
Yeah, it was Pachao. Pachao was doing a lot of damage.
Pachao, there we go,
Sonics,
yeah. Oh, the grenade almost gets him.
Just not enough though, and then, there's the one that will, so Tig will single-handedly hold out the north as a solo. Ooh. And he's still taking shots at Pachao, but Aces have actually done a really good job during the scuffle in order to take care of Mercy, and now they only really have 1 member left to deal with, and that's going to be Sneak Attack, who's actually out of there. So Zealot will find him, and now they're going to move in on this side of the circle. I was a little worried, like I said, about Aces, the teams they were pinned against, but they have done very well to control their edge on the west side.
Yeah, they really have. I think Mercy kind of gave them a little bit of an opening as they kind of went one after another from that south side up to the north, and I think they were also getting maybe dinked by OG at the same time. So a little bit of an easier fight there for the 4-man squad of Aces, but they still have everybody up. They know that Tiggleton's hanging out in the hills to their north. You can see them looking, trying to spot him out as somehow a Future still alive here. HG just hasn't had to make that run across. OG is just completely keyed in on him, though. They are just scoped in. They know exactly where he is.
If you saw the map earlier, the amount of tracers that were going towards Future, I mean, it's pretty much everyone on the map shooting at that one single shack building. So is he going to make it across? I doubt it. If he does, I mean, looking at just this circle alone, this is a really rough circle to play. The center is completely open, and there's nothing but kind of ridges to play just on the west side of it. The east is completely open, Poro. I mean, it is barren. Yeah,
this is going to be really rough. Pachao, they're gonna have to leave their compound. They'll have to leave their hard cover. You can see them kind of toying up towards the higher ground, and looking off in the distance, trying to avoid that line of sight for OG. But you still have Tiggleton. Fantastico is gonna be the one that gets HG, so that's gonna be it for Future. We're down to our top 4. You've got 2 4-man squads, the 3-man of OG, and then the wild card of Tiggleton. You can never tell what you're gonna get out of this man. He's got 3 kills already, but he has been spotted out. But the shot right into Jam's dome will open up a little bit more room as Tiggleton rapidly approaching 1K damage.
We've seen Tiggleton win a solo game on Miramar before, so it's absolutely possible, especially with the trek that some of these teams have to make, though. Pachau making such a good, as I say that, thank you for ruining that point, Zealot. Anyways.
Well, the problem was we've seen him win that way before whenever the teams didn't know exactly where he was.
That's fair, but Pachau's approach here, taking control of the circle, immediately rotating with all this fighting, I really like this heads-up play from them. Very proactive.
Yeah, I mean, using the Murados, using the hard cover, the portable cover to kind of hide behind Netno, still keeping eyes on OG. You can tell that the team that they're the most concerned about right now is OG. Just OG is able to stay inside their spot. Aces has that high ground, and Aces actually lose the player that Tig knocks, so they're down to 3, and now OBL is going to get taken down by Danimon. So we might be knocking everybody down to 3 here as we get to the late game.
Even though that knock for Pachau was not great, it wasn't the main anchor. He was just someone in the back. We still have Santa up top in the north, Natanio just in the middle, and then Ikuz is actually just kind of holding that south side dip. And so they have a really good spread, but the problem is I don't think OG and Aces are going to fight each other. I think they're actually going to focus on Pachau, which does not really fare well for them at all.
Yeah, I just don't know if the angles are there for Ace. Yeah, you see Danimon. I mean, right on the other side of that ridge line is where OG is. So the easier shots are down on the Pachau. So so far Pachau weathering the storm pretty well here. Ika's out in the middle of the open taking shots from Aces from the high spot, but the smokes lay down whatever cover he's got to work with right now, serving well enough. As Necro, okay, he again actually going to find Santastico, so that's another one down, and Santastico actually going to bleed out. He's out in the blue, so PCH just getting slowly nickeled and dimed here.
Slowly indeed, 2 members left, and Old Guard still, as you said, relentless. They are kind of starting to keep a little more tabs on the team up top in the mountain, which is Aces, but Aces now, even though they do have to push forward a little bit on that edge of the circle, they have so much high ground, Mike. They have so much vision.
They really do.
And because of that, they're going to be able to make hopefully make really good decisions on exactly how to engage this. That portable cover there is going to be a little bit of a pain. See, Q's also there, but he's going to get knocked. And so really this is coming down to Aces as well as Old Guard.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Aces has been able to keep this high ground for as long as they've been able to is pretty much setting them up for a lot of success here. But this is what we're talking about coming into today. Aces typically, or at least for the last weeks, 2 weeks now, they've shown themselves day one. It's kind of a feeling things out day. They might not have the most points, but they come back with a vengeance in day number 2, and that's looking like how it's going to start off here today. 6 kills already, 5 for Zealot, and they are in the driver's seat for this win, but they still got work to do. He again, the last one up for Old Guard. It's going to spot out Danimon. Netno will, it's actually not going to be Netno. Gonna be the Zealot that spots him. So another kill over to Aces, and now it's all down to Netno, and he's gonna go down. 4 Aces with the 10 kill win in game number 1 here today.
Yeah, and Zealot popping off that game, doing very well. But yes, Aces, I mean, I think it's more of a symptom of Finna, right? And I don't mean that in a bad way. Finna tends to take his time and really get a feel for the lobby. And when he does, you start to see these really good decisions. The rotations are good. He puts players in really good positions. So, yeah, I mean, this doesn't really surprise me. And I'm glad to see that, you know, Finna and Aces are starting to get their footing under them.
It's kind of that thing where it's like, you know, obviously you'd prefer them have a
start
little
hot.
bit of a better start in most situations, but when you've got a guy like Finatoffees that has that much experience, especially as an IGL, you kind of don't really worry that much.
Yeah, I would have worried a little bit coming in. I mean, Aces, I was wondering when they were finna to start playing this thing a little more, and they showed up on this one. They did well. I do think part of that was the shift. Do you remember Circle Phase 4 where they were somehow managed to just be on the edge, and there were all of these other teams that were going to have to push through them to do anything? I think that definitely helped a little bit with getting the momentum into this late stage.
I mean, I even stated... at that point, sorry to cut you off, Paul,
No,
but I
you're good.
stated that I was worried about Aces. You know, they had Mercy and they had Sonics just above that shift. Could have changed the way that they rotated, but their window of opportunity there was great as well. Their timing is really what saved them. That's consolidation, everything.
It really did. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. Aces crew 20 points off of the back of that win, something they very much needed. And that's kind of my story for this game, is the teams that were in those top 3 were all teams that are sort of in the hunt or chase. OG had 42. They're going to actually, I think, feel fairly comfortable after this of their advance. Elevate needed points. They put up 7. Like, Pachow was right on the cutoff. Aces crew trying to make sure that they could move up that cutoff. This was a huge game for teams on the chase, I think, Poro, more than anything else.
No, for sure. And I mean, it also helps that Mercy only got 7. I mean, it feels weird saying that, but Sonics again have 11 points. So it's not like the 2-point sponges are sponging any less, right? Well, I guess they are, but compared to yesterday when they were just sucking everything up. But you know, it's still leaving things open here a little bit, at least through game number 1. So we'll see how the rest of the day plays out.
It was pretty fascinating. I mean, Phase 4 literally punching Ratz and Elevate in the face. There's no other way to put that when that shift happened. I think you kind of have to say, like, okay, they're in 8th, they're in 10th now. They didn't get a lot of points on that game, but that's okay. Like, that shift was absolutely diabolical for those two teams. So I'm good with where they are. I think they've got 5 more. We'll see if they make that push up. And then Phase 7, Godspeed, was the... there was no middle. There were no teams in Phase 7, because that was, again, you brought it up. Every circle got a trend.
Every circle, it seems, in LCQ has just ended in the open. And we saw what Pachow tried to do with that, right? They tried using their vehicles. They had deployable cover, and it just wasn't enough because the high ground is just very daunting in that situation. And so, again, Aces took full advantage of that. But these circles, the endings have not been kind at all.
I did like to see Tiggleton channeling his inner Seifu, Poro. That was nice to see.
Oh, okay. We're gonna do it like that, huh?
Yes,
all right. No, I mean, I thought Sonics. I mean, they had that high ground, but then obviously all that nonsense that was going on to the north, everything just kind of collapsed on them at the same time. You had everybody that was just kind of crashing down right on top of them, and they had the high ground. But unfortunately, every time they peaked, they had like 5 teams looking at them. So I mean, it goes to it's expected that they would kind of get down and get knocked down a little bit there, but they did what they needed to do. They collected points.
That's what you do. Always find ways to get points. And we're going to see what teams continue to do that, because right now the cutoff to 8th is less than 6 points, with at least 4 or 5 teams easily in the hunt, and still everyone else in it with one big game. We're going to be back in 4.5 minutes with game number 2, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the PUBG Americas Series 3. My name is Toppies. I'm joined by Portosaurus and the Godspeed as we break down the action and get into the chaos. First game is played in the final day, and we've got 5 left to go. Some of the teams that needed points weren't able to get the circle, but it was a tough shift to deal with. And some of the teams that needed to move, you know, they did it. I think we saw Pachow come out there. They made the best of a bad situation, and that's what these circles in the LCQ have felt like to me, Godspeed. It's like the game is just giving you lemons or even just spoiled milk, and you're trying to figure out what to do with it to make something work.
Yeah, and Pachow, you know, they were at least able to do quite a bit of damage to the Sonics. They were trying to pick off a lot of the members that were on that same mountain or that ridge with them. And then even like, if you want to talk about trying to salvage, like Elevate, right? This is a team that I was talking about. Elevate did a really good job of, you know, fighting into, I think, getting at least 7.7 kills and making their way into a very tough shift in rotation. So,
sorry, I ate some soup and was experiencing it again.
it's okay.
So, Poro, that was an interesting game. I don't really know how to transition out of it. I just hit you at the wrong time.
Yeah, you know, you gotta do it. It's life, you know.
So, here's my question. 55 had one on a blazer of a game. 19 kills, huge points yesterday.
Yes.
They're sitting there in a decent spot right now, but it doesn't seem like the rest of their games have given them the points. So do you think that they've got enough right now to go the distance, or do you think this is something where we actually have to watch 55 and see if they continue to slide down this system?
Well, you gotta ask me about 55, man. That one game is kind of carrying them right now, if we're being completely honest. I mean, they got 29 points in the one game. They've been able to find kills. They've been able to get into placement, but they haven't been able to like really climb up. It seems like once they get into the late game, they're trying to survive rather than go out and try to find kills. So I don't know. I would like to see them be a little bit more aggressive, because it feels like if they just sit there and wait for the game to come to them at this point, it's just, they're not going to get the points. They're just going to get slowly passed by people like Aces, you know, that are going out there and trying to hunt things down.
I think that's the key. I think that's true. And I think that they seem like a team that's trying to survive, whereas right now you have to try to thrive, right? Like, especially in a qualifier at this level with the vacuum of points at the top yesterday, you have to go out today and you have to try to put some work in and get your bigger than 4.3 points per game. And I think we saw it start a little bit with the first match, but I think some of these teams that have sat on their laurels and allowed sort of themselves to, like, you know, we're okay with 5. What?
There's no way he just did that with a hollow sight. That was a headshot too. That was actually kind of disgusting. Nintendo, holy.
Oh my God, Nintendo. Okay.
In the back of my head, when you were making your point, I was just like,
I was like, there's no way he hits this.
Yeah. I was like, there's no way.
I wasn't even watching the kill feed, because, like, who would expect? Look at this.
Oh my.
Oh, chef's kiss.
Absolutely.
That's one of those shots
filth.
you take because you're like, but what if? And then we catch it on camera.
Yeah, why not, right? Like, why not take those shots? But the fact that he hit that and it was a heady too, of all things, I mean, that's a nice little highlight for Nintendo. But to even bounce back off your point that you and Mike were talking about, I mean, and we've said it a lot of times in LCQs or in moments where like teams are kind of, you know, struggling, is why not just go for it? If what you're doing isn't working, you're in the LCQ, you know that you need to get points, you know that all these teams are sponging. You don't need to drastically change your strategy, but just do something different. Play a little more aggressive. Try to get off the edge. If you're an edge team that's constantly dying on the edge, send it center. Just do anything else that isn't what you're currently doing that's failing you to get points per games, kills, placement, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's LCQ, Toffees. Like, this is the last chance. It's literally in the name. It's last chance qualifier. So, you know, what do you have to lose at this point? You got 5 games left.
Exactly.
If you're gonna go down, you're gonna be in the bottom 8. At least be in the bottom 8, trying everything that you could possibly think of.
You know, I had a coach tell me in playoffs once, the worst thing in the world is not losing. The worst thing in the world is losing and knowing that you could have done more, knowing that you left something on the field, knowing that you didn't make the most of every opportunity you had. And I agree with that. I think that's what LCQ, people who went through the first day and the first 2 games and they played too passive, it's way worse to spend the next 3 months watching PUBG going, you know what? I think if we had pushed, I think if we had made that rotation in game 3, we might have qualified. And that, to me, is like the most terrifying thing about playing competitively, is having to live with what you could have done differently, guys.
Oh yeah, and I mean anybody who's ever competed in anything knows that feeling. I mean,
Oh, this is a little bit of a issue here for Synergy. His fake has already gone down. That's going to be a flush as well. So Danny Mon, or Danny Monster, as Gibbs likes to call him, is going to find a nice little point for himself there.
He is a monster. Actually, Synergy kind of lucky that Kalnick's got out of there too.
Yeah, just a little bit. But I mean, there's still moments in my career where there's regrets like, damn, I should have done this different. I should have, there's always going to be something, whether it's PUBG or sports, as you guys were talking about, coaches you've had in your past. You never want to look back and dwell and think, what if? You want to be like, damn, I gave it everything. We lost, sucks, but at least I did everything in my power to make sure that we had the best outcome.
Now, to be clear, there are worse things in the world than like losing and leaving it on the field, significantly. But for the purpose of the metaphor in the talk, I think it was a very valuable point that he made.
Okay.
Like losing Wi-Fi, right? Like that is the brute. Like when you.
That's fair. That's fair. Nobody wants to lose Wi-Fi.
Like, what am I supposed to do? Read? Ass.
Yeah, books. What is this? 1812?
That's what I'm saying. I don't even have an oil
real
lamp,
far
so
backward for that one. You could have gone like 1900s, but we went all the way back to the 18s. I respect that. 1812. That's a good year right there. Vintage.
Look,
The heyday of books.
Look, bro, we're in the future. I have books that are read to me on audio tape.
I hope I can just download books in the next 20 years into my brain.
Into your brain, yeah, that'd be nice. Don't actually have to go through the process of reading. As got those chicos, this could be either very, very good or very, very bad for both of these teams who are in desperate need of a little pump here.
Speaking of pump, Terazoka kind of whiffed his shots there, and that's going to be a knockout from Keegan. Yep.
That was a good aggressive play from Keegan, though. Justice now been traded down. Keegan gets knocked low, but not out, as HG has to retreat back into the hardcover, heal up just a little bit. Terazoka is all by himself, not likely to get rezzed. Now, the likelihood that those Chicos can get Justice back on his feet pretty high here. They're going to lay the smokes down. Samcro going for the flank. This could be absolute filth if he's able to pull this off.
Yeah, that flank, as you said, could be the end here of Gatos Chicos, but already it's looking rather grim as Keegan is going to go very low, and Sam will strike, and just like that, Future will dismantle Gatos Chicos. And Future had a really, really, really rough start to just the beginning of this event in general, and they have been able to pick themselves up going into the LCQ, which is impressive to see.
Yeah, I do recall them just, it seemed like they were always the ones to get caught early.
Everywhere.
Like, everywhere. And I mean, they'd lose player, 2 players, 3 players. I mean, it sucked. And it was just like, it just seemed like it was just a matter of timing. And then they were kind of like on the back foot in the fight. It kind of like, I mean, shoot, kind of like Gatos Chicos was right there. I mean, Gatos Chicos, they push into that compound expecting a scrap. And it just fell apart for him. I mean, they got the opening knock and everything too. So
yeah,
unfortunate.
They started that fight definitely with an advantage, but again, the ability of Future to turn that around, especially with the start that they've had this event, it's been really nice to see them fight for the cusp. I mean, there's a very real chance Future makes it through to the grand finals.
Yeah, they're right on the cusp right now. They have a few more incidents like that. I mean, that worked out pretty dang well for them. I mean, that's one of those instances where they've I mean, it's just repeat of the same stuff that they've been having to deal with all tournament long, where they just, they don't want to take the fight, but the fight gets brought to them. Fortunately, this time they were kind of all tanked up and all in the same compound, so it was pretty fair fight, even fight for them to win. As Shrimsy trying to get the guy on the roof over here. I'm not even sure who that is. They're so far away.
Kill Demo, I think. Yeah, it's Old Guard's Kill Demo. Yep, sitting in that very.
I thought it was Elevate, or yeah, he's shooting at like Shinboy right now.
Oh no, excuse me. I was watching Zolmox. My mistake. I was like, oh, he's shooting at Old Guard.
That man's miles away. But yeah, no, I mean, we'll see if Shrimsy. I mean, Sonics has nothing better to do with their time right now than to hang out on the high ground and shoot at people miles away, because nobody really on their doorsteps for the time being. As Not a Hobby makes their way in on the southern side. I think they spotted out OG, and then just that'll just adjust their rotation path. They'll go a little bit more towards the east now instead.
Yep, they can wrap wide around towards the east, as you said, towards Cantera. And yeah, Zomox was taking a few shots at Kill Demo, nothing really too serious. And they're going to know that there's a team at least rotating to the east. But there's a nice compound for Not a Hobby to take, and it's actually right here. It's just on the east side of Cantera. They have good rotation lines from here. They actually have good sight lines as well. If they want to push up to the crater, they can. A good spot just to kind of sit for now and just see what this first circle does, because we're still in the first circle, Poro, so still a lot of opportunities. Most teams are actually going to be in this quite comfortably as well, already set it up pretty well, and so it's really just going to come down to the shift and how it's going to throw a wrench into some of these teams' game plan.
Yeah, you know it is too.
Oh, it definitely will.
We've been having some weird one. I mean, this is about the kindest Circle 1 I think we've seen in a while here.
I think so.
But look how much real estate Sonics has taken over. This is where you know Sonics is feeling good, right? Is that they're doing that widespread where they trust themselves not to put themselves in positions to get knocked and flushed out in the middle of the open and nowhere. So that's an aggressive posturing there from Sonics. We'll see now that the circle is popped and everybody's on the move if they can get back together here. It looks like Tig and Shrimsy might be in a spot to take shots over towards Elevate in the 2-2, but both of those sides of the split inside circle, so maybe not really looking at making moves just yet.
No, and this circle is worryingly starting to look like the circle that Sonics won on yesterday, where it is just that dead zone in between Hacienda and that ridge.
Well, there it is.
As Nadu is going to find Kalnex, a nice little knock for himself there. He should be able to get the flush right just like that. And Synergy, a second game here now, starting to kind of struggle a little bit, keeping their members alive early into the first couple phases. As Rafix will get so close to the knock, but Martins will be picked up, and that's it. Synergy is already out of there in 15th.
Oh, man. That's unfortunate for Synergy. I think they read that perfectly. They saw that there was a 2-2 split. They knew they were crashing one half of a 2-2 split. They immediately lose one and then still keep sending. That sucks. What do you?
Oh my!
Okay. Four Nation arriving with style. Zeko is going to go down to Warlock. Warlock is Panella Good in a pretty nice position here, but Mapu has made it through, and so has the Spectro, as Warlock will go down. Mafu gonna get taken down now. Spectro, the last one up for Four Nation. This fight not really going in the way of anybody, as now Gax has spotted out Sonics, and they're just getting picked apart from everywhere.
Honestly, I think that that worked out for Spectro, because the speed at which he flew past didn't give really anyone a chance to take any shots at him, and he's still gonna find Abs with that nade. Daryl goes down. That's a knock.
Right through the smoke. He's gonna find him, and he'll get the flush on his own teammate that time. Unfortunately, the bounce not favoring him, as the flush will come out on Daryl. Good spray from Silatino. Blue zone grenade gonna do a lot of damage, but at least he's got a little room to spot here. The heal up, and it's just trading back and forth here between these two solos. As you saw, shots coming in from everywhere. You can see on your mini map 55 is just surrounding them. Meanwhile, Elevate, they're taking some damage as they try to make their way in here on the eastern side, as Future again just being more aggressive. This is what we wanted to see.
Future is being very aggressive, and sure, they've lost a member because of it. That was earlier in the game, but I mean, they are just not slowing down on their pace. They're trying to stay as proactive as possible. And meanwhile, Spectro, it's a nice little headshot. He's got to realize that he's just going to continue to sit in here and maybe have to throw some util, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got to go. That's a good grenade, but unfortunately didn't go where he wanted him to. Sir Latino is still hanging out on the staircase, and you can see the shots coming in on the mini map, kind of making it hard for Spectro to really just push this, as both of them are just kind of pinned down in their own compounds. So one Molotov left for Spectro. Not sure Sir Latino has any throwables left for himself, but it looks like Spectro is just content in hanging out in the corner here and surviving while the new circle pops, and it's going to go hard to the east.
At least this is a little better than if it would have centered up on Spectro and you know, Panella Good, because there is really nothing to play here. At least here we have ridges. There's that road, the little compounds right there, the little shanty town. So definitely a much better circle as far as cover just in the space in the middle. And these two are probably going to stay here for a while, if not try to clear each other out, maybe a circle later, because there's still placements to be gained in this 1v1. But look at this, Frogman and Future here on Not a Hobby. And this is all happening all the way down to the southeast. Oh, disgusting shots. Frogman
first. Nice. Frogman gets the first one. Can't get the second as Quicks is on the run, trying to lay the smoke down, stay alive, just flush your kill. Yep, get that point in the pocket just to be sure. As Future, you can see very wide split here. Not a Hobby. Arson actually going to find the shots on him from way down south. As Frogman back on the move once again, going to get some support from his teammates that are inside the zone right now. But that's a quick kill dropped and picked up there for Future.
I really like the way Future is playing right now. They're using their vehicles quite aggressively to get into these positions. That nade's flying right past Quicks' head. Sonic's now also trying to get involved. They're actually starting to aim their guns this way and take some shots towards Not a Hobby and potentially Future as well. But Dragon, unfortunately for Not a Hobby, has disgusting drop-off.
Yeah, sure does. Shrimsy is finding out, but right up in the face, that barrel works just fine as Sam Crow is learning as he gets another knock here onto Quicks. The rest of Not a Hobby starting to arrive, and actually OG coming in from the blue way behind all of this. And meanwhile, you see Future and Elevate also fighting, as Elevate coming in from the north side of this fight, and HG trying to do everything he can to hold him off for the time being. But Vegas is going to spot out Frogman. The smoke cloud going to keep him alive here for a little bit, but Elevate doing what we wanted them to do as well. Be more aggressive, get involved in these fights, third party.
Yeah, they left one of the better positions on the map to specifically come to this edge and try to get more points and kind of dictate the pace here on this edge against these teams. And this is exactly, as you said, what we've wanted to see from Elevate, right? The caliber of shooters on this team is very high, and so they need to be utilizing that talent. And this is exactly what we're talking about. And so Elevate will at least take a more aggressive posture here on the eastern edge as they try to just clean up Future in a timely manner.
Yeah, they know their north side is clear, so they have they can keep themselves protected from that side. The grenade will find HG, so Sam Crow now the last one up for Future, as the rest of Not a Hobby has gotten cleared out. Sam Crow just going to hop in the vehicle and try to send it off into the blue. Maybe survive a little bit longer as Elevate will clean up those knocks. OG still off in the south in the blue. It looks like they saw the fight and decided to avoid it, and that might actually end up being bad news for them as they are pushing into a very heavy southern side here. But that circle shift is brutal.
That's the worst.
Holy moly.
I was happy, Pearl, that it went away from the Hacienda fields, right, where there's just dead zone, but this has gone even worse because this valley is so difficult to navigate when you have to pick a side, especially when you have a team like AKA currently split, which I imagine they're not going to be able to keep that split for very long just due to the nature of the circle. But it is just, this is a rough area to traverse if you have to pick a side, and there are multiple teams on the north and south that may have to do just that.
Oh wait, I was mistaken.
Oh, back!
Escape from that, and back will go down right as the plane comes through. Arson will send it off to the north. He stays alive for the time being. So Not a Hobby still in it. As we check in with Penella Good, this fight still going on into its 5th hour. Latino versus Spectro.
Not surprised that they waited until they weren't in circle anymore to push at this point, but yeah, they're gonna. I mean, the prize for winning this fight, this 1v1, is running straight into 55. So, and it. Oh! Survive! Oh, the roll, the action roll was just.
The action roll into immediate death. Well, that's good news for AKA, because that's probably the first and only point they're going to pick up for a while, because they are in the dead center of this valley and no one is going to go anywhere near there until they absolutely have to. We'll see if Spectro, who's going to win the 1v1 chats.
I'm invested in this now.
I am too. I want to know. Spam it in chat. Who do you got? Sir Latino versus Spectro. Unfortunately, there's some third-party interference coming through, but Bosch and Gallo, they are fighting with Ratz over here on the northwestern side.
Yeah, the north side is just absolutely packed. You said Bonja de Gallo versus Ratz. You also have aces here who have yet to strike in this north side fight. And then I can't help but look at the south side. I mean, that is going to be an absolute mess between the teams. You have Mercy, you have Michelle, Sonics, Old Guard. I mean, Elevate is on that side as well, but meanwhile, we're finally back to this fight. Who is it going to be?
Yes!
It's going to be Spectro, and he comes out on top, and his prize is a very swift death, most likely, but we'll have to see if he can cross over. I'm not sure.
Shout out to everybody in chat who picked Spectro. Congratulations on your victory. As Sonic's trying to take out Pachao here. Kickstart will get one. Fantastico trying to push on. Beautiful flashbang will keep Kick alive for a little bit longer, but now the blue zone has arrived. And H-Win off, you can see off in the north, just not really in a position to defend this. And that grenade will find Kick as BL will now turn his attention towards OG. Remember, they avoided the fight on the southeast before, and they have pushed into the backside of this. So not looking too much better as Heagan now going to go down as well.
55 now starting to spread out just a bit as we see the circle shift, and it's going to center right on the compound of AKA, but Slabby is going to get a quick little knock there on Beal and take him out. And the option to hold out the south is still very much there for them, as Elevate have actually opted to disengage from the fight with Mercy and find a better position in on the circle, and I think that's a really good decision.
Indeed it is. 55 being proactive here, leaving their compound and going over here to third party this fight. They get a point, they get a kill for it, and then immediately send it back up to the north. They've got Glock inside as... Oh, okay, a little shy. I'm not sure what that was being aimed at, but it didn't hit it. Or maybe it did. I don't know. Bunch of guys send it down to just 2. H-Win, the last one up for the Sonics, getting driven by Pachao, but they're not able to take him down. H-Win will get his revenge, finds Santa and gets the kill as well. Put another point in his pocket.
You gonna shoot at me, fool? Okay, all right. Check this out. You know what I'm saying? Hit him with a hit him real quick with the. But the 1-2 that was, I mean, the Dragunov 2 is such a good gun for that, because you only need one headshot from that distance. And Finna, again, Aces have been very quiet. I say quiet, they have 4 kills, but they've been very slow to rotate on this north side. They have been kind of taking their time and being measured, and it's kind of cost them. I also want to point out that Elevate rotated all the way from far south all the way to the north here, just to take this position and take the fight to Aces as well as Bonjour de Gala.
They're looking at this as the win condition, and right now they've lost 1 for their efforts. It looks like Aces, Finna got knocked, but it looks like they might be able to get the res as he again will find H-Win. Okay, that is a scary man down. Double blue grenades. Oh, he again, run. Okay, we're good. You're good. You're safe. Last one alive for Old Guard on the south side. 55 came out here to see if they could take care of him, but eventually I guess they decided to go back once again. So he again, the last player alive, the solo snake, aka once again in their compound in the dead center. Not really expecting that. They've actually got 5 kills. Where'd they get those from? I think somebody must have sent it when they were weak.
Possibly, but I also want to point out Mercy has been fairly quiet since they've been disengaged from Elevated.
Oh, he had him. He was 1 bullet shy on Shinboy and went for this.
Just outside the window.
Oh, Sneak Attack's actually going to be the one that gets. Okay, so Elevate is down. Dusted, Mercy back up to full strength. They are all over the east side.
They're everywhere.
Here.
Yep.
Sneak and Attack and Lucid on the north.
Goodness, that shift.
PWD on the south, Seifu in the middle, and the shift will favor town down towards the south. So bunch of Gaio are gonna have to get on the move here. Andrew paid him. Still looking for,
please.
Yeah, still looking for that last kill. Finna just hiding out in the zone, but look at this. I mean, Sneak Attack and Lucid, they can't let this slide. They gotta go and get him.
This is also just such a perfect example of what a team with confidence and who is playing very well is so dangerous when left alone, right? We saw the disengage earlier. As I say that, Sneak Attack is going to eat a knock there from Paydim. As Bonjour de Gala is not done yet. I mean, they've been fighting pretty much this entire game on the north side. They've lost 2 members. They've had a few knocks, maybe 2 kills to their name, but they're still very much in it. If they can just get rid of Finna, I think that'd be a pretty good foothold for them to at least fight for that. What is left of that northern edge is Andrew TD's just not going to find any.
Actually, and 55 actually sending it from the south all the way up to the north. And Slabby going to be the first one there. He's going to get knocked pretty low. Andrew will find him. He's going to get traded out immediately by Psycho. Patum hiding out in the smokes, about half HP. The blue zone grenade going to do a little bit of work. It looks like he should survive it, though, as 55 retreating back off of that knock on a Slabby. Slabby does not look like he is going to get rezzed. He looks like he might have been on his about 15th knock the way he was bleeding out. Holy moly. Finna, meanwhile, all of this is going on around him. He's like, wait, they let me live? Okay, cool. I'll just go ahead and leave now.
Just kind of poking his head out. Like,
never mind.
We had to open our big stupid
Had
mouths.
to open our big stupid idiot mouth. Well, that's going to be the 6th kill picked up for Mercy, and they are going to get everybody back over to the south side. So looking pretty dang strong once again, as we are down to our top 4. It's AKA Mercy, 55, and a single solitary solo player for OG.
And 55 taking shots over at Mercy, but before I was so rudely interrupted by Patum's knock on sneak attack. It was a perfect example of how well Mercy has just been able to, once they're left alone, they constantly are looking for engagements, whether it's on the edge, whether it's in a compound that they can crash, they know it's a two split or what have you. They're just not taking their foot off the gas, and their decision-making has been immaculate. I mean, it's not that they're just playing aggressive stupid. I mean, they're making very calculated decisions. And right now, the way that all 4 of those players are team fighting, I mean, they're just, they're just running away with control in this lobby. I mean, look at the way they've just drove up and down that east side, north and south, in order to get some kills. And they've still consolidated with 4 up.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're doing a really, really good job of taking advantage of space. Yes. Any space that they're given, they are taking every inch that they can get, and just trying to find different angles. They're getting good reads on where everybody is. Like, they know exactly where AKA is, right? But they know that they've got 55 pushed up against the wall right now. So why not just put ourselves in a position where AKA can't take shots at us, and we'll just ADR farm onto 55 right now until we kill him off.
And then we'll just get circle shift too. So why not?
Yeah, why not?
At this point, 8 kills, and they are just pelting the hell out of 55. And this is what I was talking about. If you get stuck on one of those sides and you have to come down, it is a nightmare, and that is exactly what 55 is living right this second. It's just down a Glock.
Yeah, that was not really much you could do, man. Glock will survive a little bit longer by hiding behind the burnt-out husk of a US, and maybe hope that Mercy will turn their full attention over towards AKA now that AKA has to leave their compound. But I mean, this feels like this should be Mercy's pretty easily. I don't know what kind of utility AKA is sitting on, if they even have vehicles that they can move out, but there's just not really a lot to play outside of that compound.
I mean, I'll play devil's advocate. If they can somehow just get to the ridge below Mercy, there's a fighting chance where they can take a somewhat even keel fight, on the terrain.
There we go, guys.
With Mercy now getting rid of 55, they know there's only one team left. They know exactly where they are. I'm not sure they're going to give him that opportunity.
They got rounds? Okay, there we go. I was kind of hoping as
AKA they needed to move way earlier than this.
Yeah, this might be a little bit too late. Well, fortunately for them, they do have vehicles, and now they do have a little bit of a lip that they can work with here. So it's not all over just yet. And actually, that's going to open up things.
Wait a
there.
second.
Seifu maybe caught a little bit out of pocket here. Lip's going to get him down, as the flush should come through. Maybe, I don't know. Sneak attack drops a smoke. Lucid actually going to go for the res here. This is really aggressive coming from Mercy. That could be a good grenade.
Yeah, it could be a good grenade. I mean, the smokes that... I'm worried that the smokes that AKA are using to kind of help themselves cover may actually give an opportunity to Mercy to strike. But this aggression from Rafex is very welcomed.
No, this is real nice. They're a little bit of a window opened there with that knock, and they try to take advantage of it. Unfortunately for them, Mercy's able to get Seifu back on his feet, so back up the full strength. Smoke's laying down right now. Sneak attack just spraying through, finding some damage here. Rafex makes his way across the street, but now can't find any more damage. Mercy doing a very good job of just peeking and prodding, but not peeking from the same spot twice.
Yeah, this is a hell of an effort by AKA, though. I was worried. We kind of talked about them maybe leaving a little earlier, but they're doing their best. They've utilized their utility. They've got multiple knocks here onto Mercy, as Rafex really being the tip of the spear here for AKA. just looking for another, just looking for any knock he can get to open the angle and open the fight up for the rest of the team.
Well, this is one of those things. I mean, if you guys are familiar with how Mime used to play as the point man for Sonics, this is what he was so good at, was peeking from different spots and just keeping Mercy, basically keeping the other team on their toes, where they had to constantly be looking at a different direction and constantly be forced out of their defensive positions. Rafix is doing an amazing job of that, and it's actually opening up some doors here for AKA to make a move here on the Mercy.
Yeah, some really great plays again from AKA, taking a fight to a team that's very much dominating right now. And look at this, he's even going for a wraparound potential flank. If he pours over and gets a knock or two, I think that might be a wrap here for Mercy. And the Molly is actually going to take care of Seifu. He's going to go right over the top. Rafix will find it. That's a flush.
AKA doing work right now. Immediate 3 kills. Now PWD, the last one up. He does get the knock onto Nanu. Lucia are very low as well. Rafik's gonna have to stop down to heal up, but they know exactly where the man is. He's hiding in the smoke, and AKA, what an impressive victory for a team that was fighting for their lives here.
Yeah, again, the timing in which they left, the fact that Mercy was already done dealing with the rest of the lobby. They'd just taken out 55 Esports. The fact that they made it to that ridge and then they utilized the smokes. Rafix absolutely huge in opening up that fight for AKA, and then the utility usage, the mollies, the nades, that was just very impressive from AKA.
So good. I mean, that's Toffees. I know
I wasn't expecting
you were watching that. I was expecting AKA to just kind of hang around on that lip and try to get knocks whenever they could find them, and then maybe try to send it. But man, Rafix, I'm not sure. I gotta say, I apologize, homie. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Same, yeah.
Rafix just went across and did exactly the only thing that team could do to win. Was what they did, and they pulled it off.
While taking bullets in the back from his teammates, if I read that correctly.
Yeah.
So not only did he fight them, he fought everybody. But they worked it out. So AKA, and this was, you're right, they needed this game. And this smells to me a little bit like a team who went, we need this. Like, I think 5 games ago, they would have hung back. But now they're like, listen, we got to go. It's Mercy. Like, literally losing points to them costs us nothing. Take the risk, go over the top. And they walked away with 19 points, which is wild because they came in today. I'm going to pull it just to make sure that I'm in the right spot. Yeah, 14th place with 14 total points. This is actually going to put them in the chase as we go to our final 4 games, Godspeed.
Yeah, this absolutely puts them in the chase, and more importantly, this probably gives them quite a bit of confidence. They played that game very well. They had an early position where they didn't have to do much. Poro had even said they're probably not going to get a lot of points from here, and initially you don't, but the way they were able to push out of that compound and what points they did get added to the fact that they got 4 more kills when wiping Mercy and the dub, 19 points, that's a big confidence booster.
Big pickup. 55 getting 11 is huge. Aces getting 11 is huge. And Future, Alligator, like, these guys do not want to leave. They just keep hanging around. And I got to respect that. I gave him a hard time yesterday, Poro, and said, I just don't. The Future yesterday, I said, was the average person running the Olympics next to the Olympians. But I don't feel that way anymore. Wow. Like, they have been consistent. They have been holding their spot. Is it exquisite, crazy, blow your mind play? No. But is it consistent and like fundamentalist? I think it's fundamental PUBG, and I'm enjoying it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, that's how you're going to find success in this lobby, is that you have to get comfortable with putting yourself in uncomfortable positions and fighting your way out of them. Like, every urge in your body is going to tell you that we should not split up on these hills and try to take multiple angles to try to take a fight with this team that's got heart, that's doesn't know that we're here. You want to stay together. You want power and strength in numbers, right? You want a death ball, but the way you find success is by finding those multiple angles and doing that kind of stuff. And in Future, at least in this last game, they showed that. They showed the willingness to do that, and they showed that they were willing to take the fights and reposition themselves and do all the things that they need to do. And now, unfortunately, they end up getting 3rd and 4th partied in their fight, and they weren't able to do it as quickly. But the more repetition that you get doing stuff like that, the better you're going to get at it.
Real quick, let's talk cutoff. It is getting incredibly close right now. 7 and 8 at 42, 9:39, Future at 37, and it is, I mean, honestly, all the way down to Ratz. It could flip within a game, and then you go all the way down to Gatos Chicos technically. And if they have one big game, they can be back into the mix. Like, that's how close this cutoff is. And for those of you watching at home, maybe just joining us in case you haven't been listening or you just don't know what's going on, that's what matters today. The top 8 determines who moves to the grand final. So we're still going to watch the big boys when it gets to the end of the match. But the reason we're watching teams like Pichau and Elevate and AKA is because these are the teams that can change everything by getting these points and making that top 8 cutoff. Because after this, it doesn't matter. We reset everything with the grand final. And all that matters is that you're here with your boots on the ground in another couple of weeks to get ready. So these teams are desperate to make that top 8 cutoff. We only have about 4 minutes till the next game, so I'm going to take a quick break so these two can catch their breath, and we'll be right back as we go to the next game.
Oh, no.
I'm just not going to.
Nah.
Welcome back to the PUBG Americas Series. My name's Toffees. I got Porosaurus and Godspeed as we watch the race for the top 8 continue to heat up. Also known as came out and played a heck of an end game to take the juggernauts of the lobby Mercy out and get themselves back into the race to make that cutoff. Gentlemen, it has been so far what I expected from a cutoff day race, but I want to tell everyone who's watching this, I promise we have circles in this game that have cover sometimes at the end game.
A lot of the people.
The circles are not cruel. Godspeed. Sometimes
the crazy thing is, I think that last final circle was probably the most cover we've had in a final circle in quite a few games.
Weirdly.
I mean, there was at least a ridge, a little baby ridge. There was a road. You know, there was some stuff.
There's a couple of rocks.
There was a couple of rocks. It could have been, and it has been a lot worse.
It has been. It has been a challenging LCQ, but once again, this is one of those things before where you say, well, hey, you don't like it, don't get to LCQ next time, right? Like, it's one of those, oh, man, we only lost by 1 point. Well, you could have made it up anywhere else or avoided this in the first place. But now there's no more avoiding it. We're going to Tago. This has been another map that this entire event, including group stages, has had some pretty wild circles, including things like Terminal, Shipyard. Like, it's been pretty bananas.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, the weird thing is that we're still seeing the teams that are consistently good on all the other maps still be consistently good on this map. So I think slowly but surely, Tago and Vikendi becoming less and less of those wild card maps where you just, you don't know what to expect. And I think the some of the teams are starting to figure it out a little bit more. So we'll see if that works out this way in this lobby.
I think that they are at a point where they know the map, right? The only contention I have is watching them drive. They don't have the minutia, right? They don't have it memorized. Like, I think some of these players on Erangel could like put a blindfold on, and I could like point them in a direction to be like, you're driving from this place to this place, and they could probably pull it off, at least to a certain percentage. Here, they clearly just don't fully know the ridges and the cuts and the folds yet.
I think that they know. Again, I agree. I think they know that. Whoa, speaking of the hot drop that you're talking about, hold on. Let's pump the brakes.
The Cats and Rats once again. Well, the Cats, they get 2'd on the ground first. They've got 2 right on the doorstep of the Rats, and they all have guns as Despoon tries to jump out the window, but Refray ready for it. Shun gonna go with the Vector. Will find the trade as Hooligan will go down as well to Gats, as Rats now are traded back as Keegan is coming out. So got those Chicos not sitting back and waiting for things to come to them. They always got a Panzer, not a Panzer. Refray is gonna be the one that goes down because of it. He takes down his own teammate, unfortunately for him. Gats will get spotted. Shun now the last one up, and he's got 19 rounds left in that Vector. He's going to go for the res, though, Godspeed.
Yeah, he is, and this is a 2v1 situation right now, so he will get the res up. It's not a bad idea, because at the very least he can vault into the building, but now Shun has to be huge. He finds one. It's down to just a one-on-one now. Justice versus Despoon. And the comms have to have been there. He's lit. And so Despoon tries to desperately come out, and he knows exactly where Justice is, but he has no HP at all. One bullet, anything will do.
Oh, the peaks. The peaks are so quick and so slick. He's going to go for the res on a Gats, and Justice reads him like a book. He's going for the push. He's going to pre-fire. He's going to find him. Despoon, you can't jump shot that, my son. Sit down. 4 kills now for Gatos Chicos.
And 4 desperately needed kills on the side of Gatos Chicos. They have been struggling so far, but at the very least, like you said, 4 kills, still 2 members alive. They can turn this game into at least something. They can salvage, just get some points, and hopefully move up a little bit on the leaderboard.
Name a greater rivalry than Cats versus Rats.
Well, it's playing out
Cats
like
versus
that,
mice.
Really well, no, listen, I grew up in a place where the Cats were like, they lifted weights so they could take out the Rats, and hasn't happened here. But I also love that fight was like straight up Jets versus Sharks, like lining up in a line. Like I could hear them snapping. Like there was no let's go run around and spread out. It was like, you know what, we both landed here. Grab your first gun and run each other, old school style.
Some real Revolutionary War type stuff. You stand there, I'll stand here. Whoever.
I wish they had Car 98s and they just been sitting there reloading and shooting at each other.
God, it's crazy that we used to fight wars like
I'm saying, you stand there for another 25 to 30 seconds while I put this musket ball back in. And boy, I'll show you what for. Look, if we're being real though, like it's, I think the Cats Rats is definitely the better fight. Mice don't fight. Mice just run. Right? Like, what's a mouse gonna do to a cat?
All a mouse is gonna do is
find the
help
right rat.
better.
A rat will mess a cat up. I mean, I've seen some big old rats.
I don't know. I've killed a lot of people with this mouse. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh,
okay.
that was decent. Give him that one.
It was not
Okay, I'll give it to him.
I would like to know the kill count on that specific mouse. Now that you said that,
but exactly.
X to doubt, you son of a bee.
I mean, look, it was cold, though. That's all that matters. It was cold. Well, PWD find Warlock, gonna get him low, and Warlock just gonna try to run for him, but Seifu says no, sir. And that is another kill picked up and in the pocket of Mercy. The rich get richer here a little bit. 119 points for that team through 9 games. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean, Seifu has been sensational. PWD has been sensational. Mercy as a whole, Sneak Attack Lucid. I mean, we talked about them so much. They've just been so good. I'm still very surprised, though, with AKA, pleasantly surprised at how they took that fight to Mercy, and they were able to take that. That was a straight-up 4-on-4 at the end of that game, and they really took it to them. And so Mercy still in no threat of not qualifying. Don't think it really fazed them.
I mean, I'll tell you what, though, after this weekend, one thing, if I'm Mercy, you know, obviously assuming that they're going to make it into the grand finals, which they should pretty easily, right? One thing that I think they might want to look at working on is those end game 4v4s, because they've lost a couple here. Not just AKA, they lost one to Sonics yesterday.
Sonics, yep.
It was they may want to hit the range on that one, or really focus down on that in scrims.
It seems like anytime they're in a fight where they can third party, or even when they're getting third party, they can turn it around. But yeah, in the straight up 4-on-4s, I mean, I'm not going to say they struggled, but there have been some missteps.
Yeah. Look, hey, there's always, every team, there's always room to improve. There's always something that you want to pick out as the thing that we're going to work on this week when you go into scrims. Otherwise, what are you going into scrims for? You know, you gotta have something that you're focusing on. As Psycho will send the probing grenade towards Kalnix's vehicle, not gonna find it. Bunch of gal. He's 10, taking long range shots over towards Vegas. This is pretty much what we're at right now. He's shooting across the river. Actually, I think he's leading the rest of his team right up to Vegas's doorstep, and Paydum is gonna find him. And so Vegas down and Elevate now in that wide split. Balefrost, the only one inside this compound right now. Is he gonna get some supporters? He's just gonna try to escape.
I really like that play from Bonji de Gallo, right? They have Hazelton sitting on the other side, harassing, being a nuisance, being annoying.
Being a distraction.
Elevate isn't really thinking. It's like, some guys are shooting at it from distance. All of a sudden, Payton and the rest of the team is on your doorstep, and that's a knock and a flush. So Hazelton will get out with his life. He'll cross that bridge. He'll consolidate with his team, and that's a good play from Bonji de Gallo. I really like that.
It was really quick from Hazelton to get out of there, too, as it feels like it feels like that happens a lot in this map, where you can never feel comfortable, man. You can never feel like, if I sit here and take a few shots at this, that I'm not going to get third party. I don't know what it is. It feels like third parties happen so much more often and so much quicker on this map than they usually do. Balefrost still alive, as it looks like Bunch of Tagala is just going to go ahead. Wait, maybe? I don't know. Hazelton
just comes right through the middle of this.
Did he see him?
Oh,
definitely. So, good shot from Bale. Pre-fires, waiting for the push from Hazelton. Pre-firing again, doesn't matter.
It's a really good try.
Really, really good try from Bale, but he does go down in the end. And a bunch of guys should be able to get Andrew back on his feet. The Elevate boys were in vehicles. They were sending it over here, but it looks that now Shinboy and Poonage are turned away.
And this just seems par for the course for Elevate, man. I mean, it's just the splits. They get in trouble with these splits constantly, and it's not. I don't even think it's because their splits are bad. It's not like they have bad splits or bad positions. It's just there's always some factor, whether it's Bonja de Gal's Hazelton being a distraction or another team coming up. Like, it's just, again, it's post. I mean, it's not even post circle 1, and they're already down 2 members.
Yeah. No, you see Panella good. They did lose Warlock, but they have a little house here to call their own. Taking long range shots in the woods. Looks like Not a Hobby is the recipient of those for the time being. Also keeping an eye on a bunch of guys. No.
Oh, we gliding?
We gliding, bro? Let's go, Justice. We'd love to see it. He's got Keegan with him. Actually, these are the last 2 players for Gatos Chicos. Remember, they lost Hooligan and Refray early on in that hot drop battle. So this was the best option available for getting all the way from that north side into the zone. We'll see if it pays off for him.
It's an option with a scenic view. Look, being up there is.
I love it.
I love it too.
You're so comfy.
I'm dog water at flying in this game. I think I've been airborne all of like maybe 10 seconds. I've tried to fly. I'm so bad at it. I'm so awful at it.
It's like whenever you're like you first picked up Microsoft Flight Simulator. And
Dude,
you're like,
quick story. I tried
immediately nosedive into the ground.
The first time I tried to fly one of those things, I think I went so far in the blue that I just died. Like I could not stop. I could not turn around. My homies were like, dude, what the hell is he doing? I was like, just go on without me. It's fine.
Just I'll figure it out later.
I'll take a shower. I'll go AFK. You guys got this.
You guys got it.
Circle will shift, and I mean this might be the quote unquote fairest shift so far. I think I've seen, especially for Tego, right? So
I mean, yeah. Boomage. Spray not gonna find it, unfortunately, but Shinboy Punich still not scared to take shots at anybody that's flying around in the air around them. They do have Sonics just off to the northeast, so they're in circle. They're not centered up, but I mean, I feel like this circle, you could maybe stay alive a little bit longer as a duo. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's. I mean, looking at where they are right now, that their position is okay. Should be able to survive for just a little bit. As a lot of the, I mean, the dangerous thing about this circle mainly is that all these teams essentially are in, right? There's only one team that's not in. They're coming in the west side. That's going to be Formation. Oh my goodness, Justice! Did he just jump out?
Put him.
Yeah,
he had to. Look at him. He's got no HP. The first shot just put him on his back, and he survived. Oh, okay, survives. As Sonics, they got their good headphones on, noise canceling and everything. They heard that thing flying over their head. But this is good news for
buds.
Yeah, no, for real. This is good news for Got Those Chicos. So they end up in terminal. I imagine that they could probably use a little bit of loot here, as you saw Justice take that instant headshot, just almost got bodied here. Aces going for the same thing. Rapex gonna spot out Finna in the air. One shot will hit. Spray, the tracking not quite there though, but now Finna right on the doorsteps. The rest of the aces landing around him, as AKA they now have sudden company right on the zone's edge. Nanu already on the move to get an angle for that.
Something I was alluding to as well. All the teams are kind of safe now in this circle, but this shift is going to cause a lot of chaos, regardless of whether it hard shifts or even just centers up, because there's a lot of consolidations happening, and mainly there's a lot of teams that are sharing quite a bit of space currently in the circle. So, AKA again going to have to hold off this east side from aces, and they are in a position to do so. I will say the least. At the least.
Interesting. They have Jam and Finna. They have right on the ridge line there. They sent Danny Monster way off to the north as Jam. Yeah, he's been spotted out. So again, this is AKA just being proactive, as Lips just going in there, finding the angle. He spotted out Jam's, not taking the shots yet, waiting for backup from Luzera, but it looks like Jam may have spotted them, as Finna just gonna lie prone and listen for the footsteps just in case anybody gets too close.
Yeah, I mean, they can kind of disengage here and go a little more towards the north if they want to, but I mean, if they can also take the position away from AKA, they actually have a really good foothold into the circle, especially if it does shift hard to the west. So curious to see what Ace is going to do. They have a couple options. I mean, they obviously have a fairly healthy team here, so they should be able to make something of it. It looks like AKA actually... I wonder if AKA would actually shadow them and try to potentially cut them off on the north side, but yeah, I'm not sure. After what AKA did last game, I wouldn't really be surprised if they took a more aggressive approach. And look at that shift; it goes all the way west, Poro.
Yikers. Well, I mean, I think AKA doing a good job there. They realized that they couldn't get the free kill. They tried to go for it, wasn't there, so they pull back, wait for the circle pop. They see the circle pops way off to the west, so immediately back in vehicles on the move once again. They're going to look at their backsides just to make sure it's clear of the Aces boys, but prioritizing their position in this next zone. As Solatino with the R9. No, I'm not gonna find it. God, I love bolties, man. I just want to. Anytime somebody's got a boltie, I just want to watch them, and that's it.
Too bad there's not a hollow on that thing. You probably would have hit that shot.
I know. Been the hotness today.
It has been, and Elevate still as a duo. They've been sitting in this position. They fortunately got the shift. Mm-hmm. And so maybe they can kind of hold on to that just for a little more, but they're even split right here. So I'd like to see Punaj at least get close to Shinboy so they can trade, especially as a duo, but we'll have to see. Bonja de Gallo is actually right next to them, and Bonja actually in a good position, centered up, but I'm not sure how much cover they have if they get third party from, any direction, actually.
It was unfortunate there for Future. Losing Terrazoko right there. The whole rest of the team was with him, but then they stopped once they got the supply drop right on top of them. So not only does he die, he doesn't get all the presents that everybody else does. But Future now geared up, tricked out, popping tags on the south side.
Maybe some
Does Panella
collars.
look good? Maybe a little bit. You never know. We could bring it back.
You gotta
or
look
did
good,
it ever
feel good,
leave?
you know what I'm saying?
Look good, feel good. So we live by that mantra every day, Dustin. Every day.
Every day.
Well, Synergy, fully aware of the Meow Boys, has got those Chicos hiding behind the U.S. Just a little far, but that one's going to airburst right on top of him. Holy moly, Justice, that 20% damage reduction doing work for him right now. The smoke's coming through. Keegan and Justice just trying to survive as Synergy is swarming like ants as the utility comes through. But look at this, H1 gonna find Cloudera as Sonics came over when Synergy were least expecting it. They were so focused up on trying to get these 2 kills that they did not hear Sonics sneaking up behind them.
Yeah, I'd expect Sonics to get very active at this point, wanting to
April?
clear out. Interesting.
Well, that'll put a pause on that push.
Yep. Never mind my point. Doesn't matter anymore.
No. Disregard completely as Ace 10 is going to get taken out by Zyko. Punij, remember now the last 2 left for Elevate. Punij and Shimboy. Payton going to get knocked very low. Has to pull back. Punij's going to go down to Andrew.
Shimboy's not even near this. He's not even. He wasn't even near this.
Way off to the west. So survival insurance, maybe.
I mean, they were split. I even said it. I hope maybe they play at least somewhat close together, so maybe trade her. But I guess Poon just wanted to find out. Then we went up on that ridge, and he just completely got shredded. And now
has not bled out yet, though.
No, Shinboy. I wonder if he goes for that.
Looks like he's going. He's thinking about it. He's considering it at least. As Kickstart back on his feet after the dastardly attempt at backstabbing from his own teammate. Keegan will get spotted out by Tiggleton. He's going to go out into the zone to finish that one off. Make sure you get those points. But Justice with the sneaky reposition, the sneaky flank. Doesn't matter. Shrimsy will get rezzed once again and got those Chicos out.
And Mercy now. Still very dangerous. Look at this split actually that Mercy has. They have a little bit outside of the circle, a little bit dipping their toes in it, making sure that they completely cut off rotations into the north side of the circle, as we now see teams starting to funnel, aka specifically going towards 55. And so again, Mercy just setting up these hard edge traps, and it pays.
Yes, it does. Beach Owl gonna find a couple of kills here as they are trying to protect their central-ish position. Probably the most central out of anybody, really.
Pretty central, yeah.
Yeah. PWD knocked, aka will get finished off as Lips will get spotted out by Back Monster. So a lot of teams on the outside trying to make their way in right now, but they're all running into each other. 55 and Mercy squared up right now. PWD down once again in the car. They're trying to get him out of there, saving Private PWD, get him out of the dangerous spot and get him somewhere a little bit safer as Lucid just destroys Acid. Dynamon and Jam go down.
And again, that's been the thing that I really want to hammer home. Has been the most impressive about Mercy. It's not just one player. It's not just PWD. It's not just Seifu. Lucid has come through. Sneak Attack. Like this entire team is just. This is the best I think I've ever seen any of them play.
Yeah, I mean, like we've been around a while. We've seen them all in different roster.
Yeah, Seifu's been around for a while, man.
Exactly.
All of them. Sneak Attack. Yeah.
You know, these are guys that have been on different rosters before, and you know, we always talk about like the tier 2 scene every year. It's shuffling rosters. It's trying to find that chemistry set that's gonna yield the best results. What's gonna work? And it seems right now, at least through LCQs, that Mercy has found the right set, and it is working.
They got the sauce
amazingly right now. The recipe has been found. And again, we got to qualify at least through last chance qualifiers, but right now it looks like they might be squaring up for a 4v4 against Sonics here on that northern side.
Yeah, speaking of sauce and letting them, I mean, Sonics right now in a position where they might get sandwiched here between Bonja de Gallo and Mercy. Let's see if either they get cooked or they do the cooking here. Is I'm pretty sure Bonji is just down to 2 members at this point, so it could be a distraction for one of these teams, especially if an engagement starts. It could be a signal flare, if you will, to get a third party started. But Mercy actually is going to wisely back off just a little bit here and reposition. They still left someone that have PWD is kind of that forward scout, which he has been for the team. He's very much comfortable getting aggressive and playing kind of lone wolf there for them, as Sonics are just trying to make sure that they don't step on any snakes.
Okay, well, Mercy checking their north side, making sure that they can clear themselves down to come back here and take shots towards 55 on the south side. Sonics slowly creeping that direction, but they're just kind of spreading out, owning that north side here. Future Frogman gonna go down, HG down, as well as Not a Hobby starting to show up here in our third game of the day. They clear things out, but they still got a long way to go, and they've got a lot of teams in front of them here. Sonics now turning their attention towards Punch de Gallo.
Even if not a hobby can just get like, I don't know, maybe like 5, 6, 7 points here, they're still going to push their way up towards that cusp. It's still very competitive, 42-39. We look at Elevate and AKA as Sonics here taking the final push here, trying to just get rid of Bonji, and they will. Shrimps will find the sprays. Very nice of them. Sonic 6 kills, and now Mercy. This is what I was talking about, that signal that went through it. Mercy is coming out fully as PWD will find Tig. Shrimsy, though, will trade back 3.
Oh my gosh, they did not have a good read. They thought they did. They thought they had a good read on how Sonics was split up, but H1 just made them pay from that northern side. They will get Tig, but they paid for it with their lives. That was a wow. Sonics, considering that they were not expecting that push at all, they turned the tables on Mercy instantly.
Yeah, a little finger wag, like, hey, you're having a good day, good weekend. But don't forget who we are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. Well, Iku's gonna find 2 of Not a Hobby. Again, we said they were gonna have a hard time pushing forward. They end up pushing just in front of Pachao, and Pachao gonna make him pay.
Oh, that was gross.
Dirty spray on a Kaishin, as OG in a little bit of trouble now as well.
It's actually a disgusting play from Iku's, and Sonics just made all of Pichao, I guess.
Okay. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Not Good a hobby. Thanks you for your service there. As Panella Good will make it in from that south side. They'll stay alive a little bit longer. OG will be able to get back on to full strength. 4 up, 55, looking down towards Panella. A few shots being sent down. They'll find Sonics, and he will go down. Serlatino still alive. Martinson still alive for Synergy. A couple of solos still alive in this affair, as Sonics still have 3 up on the north side. 4 Nation kind of controlling that western side. So once again, wide open spaces. If you like the Dixie Chicks, you're gonna love the end of this one, because there is just nowhere to hide. So Latino gonna get spotted out by Kaishin.
It's still kind of wild to me that almost every one of our circles has ended in a field like this, or an area where there really is no cover. You know, we're generally used to having at least one team with an advantage, a compound, something. I mean, I guess you could call this that if anything, but this is still on the edge. It's now 55 is going to come alive, and they're looking for members of the old guard. They know at least Kai Shen and maybe one other member is at this area, and so they're going to be full tilt here because they want to clear this edge.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not as bad as it looks looking from the top down, right? There's a lot of trees, there's a lot of ridge lines. Obviously, you can see here. Oh my goodness, Necro puts that man on his back. Glock will have to get rezzed here once again, as 55, for the control that they've had, for having 4 up on this eastern side, they're taking long range shots, and it just doesn't feel like they're gaining more space for themselves, if that makes sense. They still got 4 kills. They've got 63 points. They're in 3rd place. They're looking good. But, you know, usually when you see teams play the edge like this, they're kind of like wrapping around and forcing teams into bad spots. But this is really just kind of 55 just owning their one spot.
Their portion, yeah.
Yeah, and being comfortable with that, which right now it's working out well. So
yeah.
Credit to him. 12 kills for Sonics. His kickstart has gone down. Can they get the res back? Shrimsy, he wanted to smoke him. He had no smokes left.
I'm not sure. Maybe they can stop bleeding. we'll see. I mean, 55 done.
H1's gonna be the first one there because he's like, Kickstarter would be like, second bleed. Wait, no, I'm on my third bleed. H1, as he got knocked earlier. I
think he says his name too, Hunter.
Yeah. Hunter, but he gets him back on his feet. So Sonic's still up 3 strong.
Yeah, 55 is, as you said, that lack of kind of spreading out has kind of pigeonholed them into this spot now. Is there is one solo snake and Martin above from SG, but Sonic's more importantly is starting to spread out as well. We even saw, I mean, the OG was trying to get angles on 55 as they just kind of sat back, and so this starting to worry me a little bit.
Well, there's pros and cons to it, right? Like
there is, of course, and they're still 4 up, right?
You're defended. They're 4 up. The one thing I worry about maybe a little bit is that they've just gotten knocked so many times now that you got to wonder what their armor and helmets are looking like, and they haven't really pushed into other teams to kind of resupply utility and all that stuff. And now they don't have a choice. Now they're going to have to make a move.
Exactly. Well, now they have to make a move, and they have to do it as 4 without really any information, right? They know there's a team to the south, they know there's a team to the north, but they don't actually have any space. We talked about it earlier. You talked about it earlier. Space is so important in circles like this, especially when the center is fairly open. And so this is now going to be a rough. This is a rough go of it for 55.
Well, we'll see what they decide to do. Kickstart looking down there. He does not realize that Martinson is right on his doorstep, but Martinson looks completely content to just survive right now. 55 will finally send it into Kaishin, get him knocked down low. Kaishin gonna keep sending. Whoa, oh, Sonny! Oh no! Was he blind?
I'm not
he
sure.
Have been blinded. I saw Kaishin through the flashbang. It had to have been, but Psycho still up. No. Slabby does get flushed out, but Lopez should be able to be rezzed once again. He again is not killed. Demo looking over in this direction, but nowhere near. So okay, 55 should be able to get him back up. But yeah, oh man, that is brutal for Slabby. He had him dead to rights.
I thought he was dead, but
he had to have been. He had to have been blinded, man. He had to have been.
Yep. It's H1 now, and Shrimzy will continue. 12 kills on the side of Sonics, as they're now setting their sights on the 4 Nation, at least splitting one between 4 Nation, and then I think, yeah, Huynh was actually watching SG. So Martin's still alive, by the way. Impressive that he has survived this long as a solo in between multiple teams, and he'll at least find himself on the edge for now.
I see chat saying it's the end of the mouse pad for Slabby is what they're guessing. The end of you reach the end of the mouse pad on that right turn. Yeah, it's brutal. Well, we'll see. Psycho killed Demo down to 1 HP. There you go. Psycho and Lopez still fighting for 55 as Martinson now finally gonna make his way out of his little hidey hole. Is hiding in the smokes laid down, but you can see Spectro has eyes on him. 4 Nation, we haven't really talked about them too much, but they haven't really been doing much. 1 kill, and they have just been coming in from a very quiet western side. Yep. And managed to keep 3 alive, so we'll see if they can pull it off here. Look at Martinson always brushing it.
Yeah, definitely the path of least resistance here for 4 Nation, which, I mean, you know, either way, they at least make it to the top 4 here. They have 3 alive. In fact, they're the team with the most members still up, and so as long as they don't just give a knock away to Sonics or 55, I mean, this should be a very winnable game for them. But look how much space Sonics is still commanding with just 2 players.
Multiple angles. They still have what little high ground could be considered high ground in this circle. Lopez really trying to push it here for Martinson's very, very low. I don't even know if Martinson has any heals left to use. He's just going to hide out in the smoke and pray at this point. It's going to work for him, at least for now. Lopez won't spot him, and yep, Martinson will get the heal off once again. So 55 has this rock, and they want to use it for as long as they can, but they got to get rid of Martin.
They really do. Martin has been.
They really do.
He's been a problem. I mean, he's really been hanging out this
gas. What is the gas can? Oh, are we? Is that the play? Is that the play? We shoot the gas can. Oh, he got him, Martin. He hit him a couple of times. I don't know if he knows.
They're just blindly spraying. But Martin is, he's been a nuisance. I mean, he has stayed up quite a bit. Shot quite a few teams in the back. I think he even sniped a kill somewhere around here, but. Again, 4 Nation, they have the opportunity to hear all these shots.
There it is. Okay. Lopez will get him. Psycho, I was like, he saw him, man. You see him right there? All right, Sonic's back on the move. Well, actually, not really on the move. They're just kind of creeping forward just enough where they can still hold those corners, those high corners, and keep eyes on downhill. As Four Nation looks like they've spotted out 55, trying to send Mafu and Spectro in such a way that they can find angles here. But this terrain, like we said before, it looks open when you're looking at it from above, but so many ridges, so much slight elevation change that it's just slowing things down here.
Quite a bit, but I mean, this is phase 8, so I mean, it's only going to condense to that center dot from here. Is 55 Lopez is trying to the turn.
Lopez, you didn't realize that you were bait, did you? Spectro gonna go down, Psycho gonna spot out H-Win on the move, tries to make the spray. Mafu will spray back in return, but no knocks come through. Shrimzy protecting his IGL will force Lopez back on his belly as Psycho gets spotted out by Mafu. Well-placed grenade will finish, or we at least get the knock there. Lose on grenade gonna go a little bit farther as Spectro slowly bleeding out. They might be able to get this res still. No, just a little too late there for Psycho.
Slowly starting to try to take control here at least, but you know, 55, I mean, they've been gritty in this game. They are fighting tooth and nail.
Really are.
And they've gotten a good amount of kills as well. I'm really impressed with this game from them so far. Even if they were to go out now, I still think this is a very solid game. Not even a salvage, just started strong and are ending fairly strong. Quinn, though, is going to find Psycho now as Lopes goes for the spray. He tries to get the trade. Can he find it? He does. 3 HP, blue on his back. He's got to start moving for him.
Oh, no, there it is. Shrimzy will find him, and Shrimzy's going to go down, and Four Nation gets the 2-kill win.
2-kill, baby.
Didn't get the second kill until the very, very end. As you know what, you take those. You take them.
You take a 2-kill. You take a 1-kill. Doesn't matter. Do I think maybe they could have been a little more proactive and gotten some kills? Yes. Am I still happy they won the game?
At the end,
they were at the end. Sure. I think
there was just nothing going on the west side of that circle the whole time.
It was the east. The east. They had that chance to spread out around OG when they were fighting as well as Synergy. But regardless, that's fine. I mean, they played the way. They played what they got. They got 2 kills. More importantly, they got 12 points for those 2 kills. So you take those.
You take those. Right, Toffees?
You take those. Yeah, you take those. You take those. I mean, Joe Brunson said all he needs is a chip and a chair, and they just needed a chair and 2 kills.
There you go.
But I also, like, you know, when you're pulling cards, why gamble? They pulled the circle. They had a good spot. Everybody else was fighting. Like, you do what you do. Just watch it happen.
I believe it was Kenny Rogers that says you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, Toffees.
Ooh, true.
It's true. You gotta know when to walk away. You gotta know when to run.
Exactly.
And Shrimzy running well here. I think this guy was playing incredibly strong. I mean, always, right? But like the Sonics waking up, and what I like about what we're seeing from the Sonics right now,
this guy Shrimzy's got a future.
This guy Shrimzy's got a future in esports. I think. Yeah, I'll talk about that.
This guy is kind of good.
They might finish in first. They've turned up, and Mercy's turned down, and I think that's very real going into.
As long as he doesn't dye his hair blue, you know.
Yeah. Let's not do that again. Oh, Slabby.
This hurt to watch.
On that one.
Yeah, hurt to watch.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it was the flashbang or the end of the mouse pad. Either way, it sucked, and you hate to see it. But you know what? You shake it off. You got 3 more games to play, my dude.
Ooh, that was
20 points there.
Came out.
20 points. Yeah, 14 kills.
Huge pickup. Sonics 20 points, looking very, very good. 14 kills, and I'd say that's amazing, except that we've seen so many 19-kill games in this event so far. Like it's not that grit anymore. What can you do?
Yeah. That's fair.
55,
14
55
kills
with 15.
Lackluster.
Big time. Four Nation picks up 12. I don't know if that's enough to get them back into this. I saw Kurt in chat saying, "Man, I really hope they make it." We'll see. Getting a chicken dinner and finishing in third is not the easiest road to long-term victory.
Man, I don't think I can't remember the last time I've seen that.
Did we have a 1-kill win? We had a 1-kill win.
But they didn't finish in third. They still got like second-ish.
Yeah, I've seen it finish in second. I don't know if I've ever seen it finish the winner.
But yeah, hats off to 55 though, right? 55 was super active that entire game. So I mean,
armadillos be bussin'. Or anteaters. What is that? What is on the logo? Is it anteater?
It was a ferret.
Yeah, it looks like
I don't think that's the case.
I don't know what that is.
I'm sure. Hey, chat will let us know. I'm sure.
Well, let's talk about the leaderboard as it stands right now. There's 3 the Slater board because it's being slayed by the top 2 teams. But so point being, 8 teams advance to the grand final. The ones on the left are already going through. The cutoff is what matters. Mercy and Sonics have developed this, like, at the start of the show, I was like, we're not even going to watch them because they're in like, it is what it is. And Sonics was like, no, but if we make it a race, you guys will have to watch us. So we'll be watching them going forward because that's a race for first now. But the other story is in the mid-pack. Top 8 go on, bottom 8 go home for a very long time. That said, even Ace's crew, I think, still has to have some stress because there are so many teams in 9 all the way down through 13 who are less than one decent game. One first place finish with, let's say, maybe 2 kills that'll make the cutoff, just like 4 Nation just did.
Yeah, I mean, Ratz is 10 points out of 8th. But I mean, it's still 3 games to play, but like, it doesn't feel like we've been seeing many double-digit games, except from like whoever's winning, and then Mercy and Sonics. Right, like double digits seem to be a double-digit game seem to be a hard thing to come around right now. So if you're Ratz, I mean, you still got 3 games left, right? But you got to start putting things on here with 3 games left to play because you're rapidly running out of time.
I have a simpler solution for the Rats. Just stop running into Gatos. Like, at the end of the day, the whole weekend has been them hitting Gatos, and I'm not even saying that as a Rats Cats joke. They have been fighting them nonstop, and it is not working out for, honestly, either team. So just go somewhere else. And speaking of that, we're going to take my own advice. We got a couple of minutes till the next game starts, so we're going to go somewhere else and come back in just a couple of minutes with the snowy slopes of Vikendi.
Okay.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back. 3 games left to play. This is the PUBG Americas Series 3. My name's Toppies. I got Porosaurus. I got Godspeed. And during the break, Poro, you were talking about 55. You said you, just like we noticed, all of us, they just picked up 2/3 in a row, which is almost a whole chicken.
That's almost, I mean, that's good. Almost all chicken. it's at least an 8-piece. But look, hey, they've been finding some success here. Like they and I gotta say that last game, like, you know, obviously the one push from Slavia aside, like they were looking good. Like we were talking about how they were playing it very, very safe, right? They weren't spreading out. And again, there's pros and cons to doing that, right?
Yeah.
Like when you see Mercy and Sonics, they tend to spread out, they try to go for the kills, but where 55 was, they decided instead to just kind of play it safe, try to take shots from range, and they got plinked down a lot. And maybe if they would have spread out a little bit more, maybe if they would have taken more fights, maybe they would have get the win. But you know, they still end up getting third, so they're still progressively climbing.
Yeah.
And I think when it's this tight on the leaderboard, that's the mentality that these teams in the mid pack have to have, is progressively climbing. 3 games left to play. We're going to the snowy slopes of Vikendi, and then after that, it's to the old standby Erangel to finish up this thing. So the time to get those points on the board is rapidly falling off, and I'm starting to worry, and we saw this maybe a little bit with what's happening with Gatso's Chicos and the hot drop. The teams who are rapidly running out of things to play for, Godspeed, are going to start to playing like they have nothing to lose, and that's when the lobbies get scary for me.
Well, they
Yeah,
don't.
but the problem is sometimes they don't. I mean, so at times they do. He's not wrong, but that's like, I was actually starting to worry about some of those teams on the bottom, like even before last game, right? Because there's this thing that happens where you're having a bad day, you're not playing well, nothing seems to be going right, and then you just get to a point where you just it's not giving up, but it just feels hopeless, right? Like every rotation you do, someone dies. Every time you get in a team fight, you can't win it. Every time you try to do something new, it kind of blows up in your face. And sometimes teams just have bad days and they can't recover for it. So that's what I'm hoping we don't see from the teams on the bottom. I'm hoping at the very least they try to make it competitive and get off of the bottom of the leaderboard. But yeah, it's tough, man. Mentally, it can be very draining, and I feel like we might be seeing that with some of the teams that are struggling on the bottom.
Which I think is where it's valuable to have like the team. We don't talk about, I mean, we talk about it a little bit, but it's always about who's the best shooter. In PUBG, I think it's so valuable to have teammates who are good mental, who are good at that sort of encouragement. Because it does.
Absolutely.
Sometimes Mount Doom feels insurmountable, and you need someone to pick you up and carry you when you're feeling like there's no way that you're going to be able to keep going. And I see teams do that time and time again. And I wish there was a better way for us to see it and like be able to measurably say this is what this guy's the best at, Poro, because there are players in this division who just honestly, you ask the team, they're like, oh man, playing with this person is incredible.
No, absolutely. Like you can never discount the importance of the vibes guy. Like you gotta bring something else to the table still, right, at the end of the day, but having the vibes guy there to just kind of keep everybody level-headed, keep everybody having fun, like that player is as important as an IGL in my mind. Like, because there's you know, when you get to playing competitively at this level, like you have to have that mentality of like being in it all the way up until the end, that we still have a chance to win.
You just
and it's such a slog, right? Like it's such a grind that you have to have the somebody that's there to just make sure that everybody's still having a good time, right?
You just need to be able to reset. I mean, that's really all it comes down to. You need to have, like you said, someone on the team that's willing to call me, look, guys, that was a shit game. Okay, let's reset. Next game, what did we do wrong? How do we fix it? Great. If it's something we didn't do wrong, let's say we just got caught out in a bad rotation. It happens. Reset. Doesn't matter. Look forward to the next game. Like you cannot, when you start to dwell and argue within that game, or like while you guys are dead, God, it was the worst at MPL because like you were sitting next to each other, just looking at each other. But
right?
like,
Well, and go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, it's the fact that you have to sit there the whole time in the Discord, especially at LANs. You can't touch your phone. You can't play Tetris. Like,
No,
you
you're
have to just
staring
sit
at
there.
other people playing, and it sucks. It really
And
sucks.
you have the headsets on because the only person you can talk to are the 3 guys that you just let down or just let you down, and that is brutal. NPL was tough because of that. You couldn't even turn around and look at the monitor the first season. That was tough. But also, you brought up NPL. It's a good time to do this. I want to give a shout out to an NPL, a North America PUBG legend, Maluk, hanging out watching the games today. I haven't seen him in ages. I just want to say we miss you. The 3-time is in chat. So everybody at Maluk just to piss him off because I know that's going to really irritate him. Well, welcome. Thanks for hanging out, buddy.
Luke was actually, to this day, I don't know if I've ever met anyone in any competitive field, whether it's sports or gaming, that just knew how to push people's buttons better than Luke. I mean, it was an art. It was truly an art, and I love Luke for it.
he he was the vibes guy on the other side.
Yeah.
he was
No.
like, he's like, oh, you guys think you got good vibes right now? Let me ruin that for you real quick.
He's a mastermind. He truly was. But yeah, I mean,
He was,
back to our
he was a
back to our
psychological
point.
warfare mastermind.
It really just comes down to, which of these teams have the mental fortitude to just be able to reset, shake off bad games, and then get their strategy actually rolling, or just get, as you said, their vibes up, dude. Just got to get the
Exactly.
vibes.
Hey, you were the vibes guy.
I was the vibes guy from my team. Yeah.
You were.
In many ways.
But it's so but I mean, look, like everybody in this thing is competitive, right? Like everybody wants to win. Everybody gets pissed off when they lose, especially if you lose over on something dumb. Like it's so easy to tilt. So so we'll see. 3 games left, man. A lot of these teams still have a shot. Pretty much all these teams really have a shot. Even got those Chicos if they could start turning things around here in this game. But Aces Crew and Elevate.
That's
long
a
range.
bold prediction, Paul.
Hey, like it's
Bold.
possible. Like 30. What is 30? What is 33 points in the grand scheme of things with 3 games left?
To a cat?
You watch.
It's like
Got those
it's like a
Chicos.
driver's license. It's
Calling
unattainable.
it now. Chat's with me, man. Got those Chicos are gonna make the run.
Whoa,
The spins!
let's go. That's how you
Ready?
dodge getting shot.
Yo,
You
he
just put
caught
that
control of
E-ring.
that, though. You see that? That was some baby driver stuff if I've ever seen it. That was actually kind of clean.
Baby driver with the but he's with the Scorpion jacket from Drive, so he's like double driver. Watch out now.
I don't know if he was that.
Not that
Slow
cold.
your
with
roll.
it.
I don't know if he was
That's
that cold,
okay.
but he was solid.
Okay.
Speaking of solid, Bonja de Gallo, I mean, I actually expected a lot from this team coming into just this event, and it's not that they've really disappointed. They've just been slow to start. I mean, they've had some really good moments. They've had some high kill games. But I think right now, especially in LCQ, they've really struggled just getting past the midfield.
Yeah, it's been rough. Mid game, I mean, I've always been a pretty big Haze 10 fan. Like, he's a great guy to talk to. Loves the game. Loves talking about the game. And it's fun seeing him with a new squad here. But yeah, it's just stuff. Sometimes some weekends things just aren't working for you, and especially when you're in a lobby like this where you got 2 teams that are just steamrolling through everybody, it just makes things a little bit more difficult. But the good thing for them is that they still have a shot. Like, they're still well within range here. They're only 6 points short.
With Erangel, which I'd argue is probably their strongest map right now on the horizon. So
Yeah.
catch upable. I think that's also one of those maps where it's kind of anyone's game. Like, I kind of like ending there in a sense of I like chaos, and Erangel's one of those places where like you get some bad shifts and like a team that is dominating just becomes an absolute like chaser. Whereas if the final game's on Miramar, it feels a little more fair sometimes.
How many more bad shifts do you want, Steve? Have
I
these
just-
players
I don't-
not
I
gone
don't-
through enough?
It's not
brutal,
that I
man.
want it; it's that I need it.
It sounds like you want it. I mean, again, the circles yesterday, today hasn't been. I mean, I want to say it hasn't been as bad, but I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like
it hasn't
some of
been
the shifts
great.
have been yeah,
I
hasn't
don't
been
think it was
great.
as bad as yesterday. I don't think it was as bad as yesterday though. No, I think we've calmed down a little bit.
But this is what you want at LCQ though. I mean, some of those open spaces got a lot of chance for players to sort of flex. I don't want to say like overarching macro, but their ability to sort of, you brought up with, the ability
Taking
to peek
space.
anchor, to relocate and push. Exactly. And that's what we need our teams to get better at internationally. To me, that is one of the biggest weak points in PAS, America Series, in our teams that we send to globals, is I don't feel like we make space at the levels that some of the other teams do. And so anytime I see a chance to train up and teams getting good at space creation, that's a win for me. 'Cause that's what we care about. I want you to win.
Yeah, and it's just
Ooh.
some shots from Slabby, and it also just I think goes to different regions like mentalities, right? Like especially Asia. Asia's willing to take bigger risks to take more space, and sometimes it bites them. But a lot of the times, it finds them a lot of success, and then you see Europe kind of do that as well. Europe, we actually see a lot of teams more willing to share space, especially in compounds. But overall, yeah, I think it's just a mentality difference. All the players are good mechanically from all regions, right? But it's just some teams, again, are more willing to take risks in order to take a bigger swath of that circle out of that pie and make sure that they're the ones with the majority of control. And so, yeah. I think it just all comes down to mentality and risk management, really. Who's willing to take the bigger risk sometimes?
Mm-hmm.
And in its own way, what other teams made it there with you? Because I definitely think there's an aspect of that. Sometimes it's like,
Yeah, the
you
lobby
just end up in a
definitely
lobby
matters
with
too.
two.
Lobby's
Sure.
different too,
Right,
yeah.
or just, and not even the whole lobby, just like sometimes there is a team like the Rats and the Cats have run into where they just seem to move the same way, right? And we've run into that with NA at internationals before, where it's like they just keep killing each other over and over again because of that. So I
Do
do
you
think
know
there's
why
that
that is
aspect
though?
too.
I can
I
actually
mean, I assume
fairly
eternal
pinpoint.
hatred, but
No,
tell me.
no, it's looking for safety, right? That seems to be like the safer play. So a lot of times, especially when you look at teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, you'll see them tend to fight each other quite
shift.
often. It's just because that's a shift, okay. But yeah, a lot of the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, when they're put in positions like this, will just go for the kind of safe quota play or just ahead of them at the edge, and that's when you start to see teams like that collide because they're just trying to survive.
I love that. And I'm going to actually, it looks like chaos is about to break out in the next 40 seconds. So I'm going to recuse myself, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of this match because I think it's about to get crazy.
Recuse away.
I think you just made that word up, but yeah.
No, that's a thing. I've heard it before.
You heard it before.
In books. But Sonic's taking the emergency drop in. They go just past Lumberyard. They've got Ratz just below them as we're checking in on. Got those cheek ghosts right now. Actually, not really sharing a compound with Mercy, but close enough.
Spoon? Okay,
Shrimsy's
what's
gonna get
this?
spotted by a spoon. This is
By a
was
spoon.
Rats were rotating right underneath Sonics as they drop down from that E.
Okay.
So Shrimsy and Tig immediately down. Kid gonna try to trade things out here. Soon gonna find Tig. Does the two knocks still out? Doesn't look like they're anywhere near the other two boys that are still up, so those res is probably not going to come through. But H-Win and Kickstart still a little bit closer to Lumberyard as AKA now spotting out 4Nation. This is all kind of protecting the road that bisects the center of the circle right now is AKA, and now 4Nation again just trying to send it through, but they're finding them everywhere that they want to go is already occupied.
Yep, Not a Hobby actually have done a really good job today as well of just making sure that they're in positions early enough in circle 1 and 2 to at least pick off a few kills on rotations. They've actually been pretty solid at that. And then I would love to see Ratz, which they did, clean up those 2 kills on Sonics. That's big. That's actually a really nice engagement.
It's really good for Rats. Really good awareness on their part to know that to spot the people that were dropping down on top of them. Unfortunate timing as far as Sonics is concerned, because there was nobody there whenever they dropped down, and then all of a sudden Rats is right underneath them on the rotate. So they do manage to keep 2 alive. So Kickstart and Win still operating from the south side of Lumberyard, and Rats now still continuing their rotation. But that western side of the circle is getting really populated. Dustin, with you got Rats, aka OG. Punch de Gallo still out there, SG still out there kind of protecting things, and then a wide open field. So Not a Hobby still has eyes on all of this, 4Nation as well. So that western side, it's pretty brutal.
Yeah, we're seeing Old Guard right now just try to kind of send it through that kill zone that is between AKA and SG, but I really like what Ratz actually decided to just do here. As we see Necro just kind of getting picked apart, they decided to just stay back above where they got the knocks on Sonics. They're just going to play right above AKA, let them kind of dictate some of the rotations that are coming in the west, maybe push them up north, and Ratz can actually kind of pick off some of those kills and really finish a job for AKA. So good position so far, and they can actually rotate from quite a few areas as well. I like this from Ratz. This is what they desperately need.
I think they got a little bit lucky, to be honest, that OG sent it in right as they were doing their wrap, and they managed to hear all the shots coming
Yeah,
in.
that's
so
true.
Like,
yeah,
they're like, hey, you know what? We're safe in the spot that we're at right now. Let's not go anywhere. So the circle does kind of donut up. It doesn't really hard shift any one particular direction, but 55 find themselves right in the middle. Pachow still on that road. They've got a pretty good spot there, covering both sides of the road in that compound. With all those teams on the west that now have to make their way in, this is about to get really ugly.
Yeah, west is going to be an absolute barn burner. I would imagine you still have Not a Hobby over there as well. Old Guard starting to kind of stand their ground now and take shots right back at AKAs. They're going to find Luzera.
They are so lucky that they only lose 1 there, as some good driving on the part of Lips and Rafex to avoid the fire there from OG at the last second. So they'll be the first ones to arrive. They will lose one in the process. Future on the south side, they have Panella Good just off to their west. A few shots being sent over in that direction. No knocks coming through though. Pichao now, again, remember, they're in the compound. They've got a 2-2 split on both sides of this road. All these teams from the west are kind of making their way past this compound, either on the south side or the north side. They're trying to avoid the road itself. So they're gonna have to be on their guard right now.
They absolutely will have to be. For Pichao, they have to make sure they also don't spread themselves too thin in this compound. They do have a good amount of control, but there's always the threat of being crashed, especially from some of the teams, as you said, coming in from the southwest, where there really isn't many options.
Is fake just PC'd or AFK in that car? I don't know. Synergy kind of having some problems right now as they do lose one. Fake's still alive, but Martinson, oh no, Martinson. Closer, you gotta think is probably not too long for this world either. Slabby has the spray right on top of him. He's gonna find the flush on the Martinson, but Nafu now trying to escape. Paid him. Big sprays coming from that AUG, but not finding any joy.
And this is another problem actually for Bonji de Gallo, is they take a lot of time on these edges, right? I think it's rare that we actually see them in a very central position, and so. Hold on, Old Guard now.
Zera actually won that 1v1. Yeah, I don't know how.
It surprised me too.
Yeah, swapped over. Old Guard still trying to defend their zone here. Four Nation is taking a lot of damage. Remember, this is only a duo here from Old Guard. Necro and Kaishin have been somehow managing to stay alive. The grenade will finally take down one as we cut back over to Ratz. This is all that fighting that was happening on that western side that we said was about to get really, really bloody.
And Ratz, for all intents and purposes, have stayed up as 4, and they stay up as 4 as 1 is knocked, but now we're still back on this edge with the Old Guard. I mean, Ratz have disengaged from this fight completely as we now go over to Elevate. And this is on the north side of the circle, actually. We have not seen too much going on over here, but it looks like Elevate is somewhat recovered.
It's just a lot of fights going on all over the map right now. Elevate will win that one. Old Guard does finally get eliminated by Four Nations, so Dangyo will be the one that does it, but the damage has been done. Dangyo, the last player alive. Looks like Fake has made his way back into the lobby for Synergy, so he's still alive. Cloudera did get knocked and is most likely going to get flushed out here, but Synergy still in the game with the solo. His Future now trading utility with Bunja de Gallo.
The most tactical DC in all time.
I know, right? It worked out pretty well.
I should say. Oh, Gats!
Okay. Shun gonna go ahead and find him from range. Kiki will go down. A-Twin surviving for the time being, but Shun is on top of it. Actually, Gats will be the one that does the honors as Ratz still just progressing through that northwestern side, looking real good in this game.
But back to Bonji de Gallo, is they tend to always get stuck on the edge, and then they start shooting at people rotating past them instead of trying to at least beat them ahead. And I feel like we always see Bonji de Gallo on the back foot, back against the circle in between a team, and that's exactly what's happening here. They have Future now to contend with, and Future is very set up in these ridges.
Yeah. Once again, Future actually sending Sam Crow down there for the dirty flank. It looks like he might have gotten spotted, but doesn't matter. HG will find the knock on Andrew. Immediate flush comes through. Sam Crow strikes again. Hayes 10's gonna go down. Setsi hits him right behind him, but Future now down to 2. Paid him the last one up for Bunja de Gallo as he will try to survive. Terazoka trying to find that angle. They want to finish this guy off before they go for these for the reses. There we go. Paid him. Will go down. Terazoka doing the work, and Future wins the fight.
Future again starting to really turn it around in this weekend, right? Starting off slow, but I'm starting to become more and more impressed with the way they're at least holding their edge. They're surviving until the mid to late game and getting as many points as they can. They're climbing the leaderboard as well. I mean, they're 41 points. They're only 8 points behind, making sure they're in qualification. Absolutely, it's doable.
Real doable. Okay, Mercy now taking on got those Chicos. We'll find Vegas, but PWD now immediately knocked in, flushed. So Mercy down to 3. Keegan sneaks around the side with the MP5.
Oh, Seifu!
They'll find them all. And that is it for Got Those Chicos.
And he had no business winning those duels. He had 1 HP when he got that double headshot to finish them off. What a disgusting display. The Seifu will continue to keep Mercy on top.
Immediately on the clock once again, though, as Elevate tries to pull up in third party onto this fight. Out of the blue, Punaj is going to go down. Shimboy goes down as well, as Mercy immediately turns their attention towards the incoming threat, staying alive and taking the fight back to him. Elevate now out of the blue. Immediately Bale gets picked out of the passenger seat by Sneak Attack. Vegas the last one alive. See if he can survive a little bit longer. Nope, that'll do it. He's going to get spotted by Psycho. So Sneak Attack, 6 kills now, 3 strong, coming in from the east.
And again, regardless of lobby, I mean, the way that Mercy is playing hard edge and just clearing everyone out is very impressive. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure Seifu took that fight by himself against the team, and then Sneak Attack, meanwhile, was engaging, you know, Elevate by himself for the most part, and I mean, he took them out. So again, it just, every member on this team is just firing on all cylinders. It's just, it's a well-oiled machine right now. And
Sure
55,
is.
I mean,
Again,
still
late game.
finding themselves at least into phase 5 with 3 members alive. I mean, 4 members in this case, but they're always making it with at least 3. So, I mean, slow and steady, baby. And if that's what works for them, that's fine, because it's getting them right up there into the grand finals.
Tell you what, though, I think they like their position in this game a lot more than they did last time. They are doing what we were saying we wanted to do. They're spreading out, they're splitting up, trying to find different angles. Lopez not going to find the angle onto Mercy to take those shots, so Mercy instead will go ahead and push down towards the south, take the fight with Future. Frogman and Sarazoka already looking up in that direction. Sam Crow keeping eyes on the south. Sneak Attack trying to go for the sneak attack. Pulling around outside of zone, going for that low angle, and see if he can find Sam Crow, and they do. Biel actually going to be the one that does the most damage, but doesn't get the knock.
Get another game for Pishao where they have a good position and they're starting to flex out now and get the points where they can. This is actually multiple games in a row now where they've been able to find themselves in a really good position leading up towards the mid to late game, and so now it's all about capitalizing, which is something, again, Mercy is just not at all having issues doing, and they're going to get sprays over. Sam Crow will actually survive, but the rest of his team will be taken out, as AKA still now alive, but they are in the center of all of this, and there is not at all a lot of cover for them to play with.
It really isn't. They're going to find Sam Crow going to pull up right on their doorstep, will go down. Lips will be the one to spot him, and AKA remains safe in the dead center of the circle. And Mercy still keeping track of things on that eastern side. They've got the smokes laid down to protect themselves from any potential third-party fire. They know the south side has Pachao on there, and Pachao was taking shots into the back of Future before, so they're aware that Pachao is down there, and that actually was what kind of set the Future fight up for them pretty nicely, was that Future was pretty damaged from those shots from Pachao. So already looking down there, they're going to spot out Netno, and the circle does pop, and it's going right on top of AKA again.
Yeah, which is great if, you know, you're a team, I feel like, on the edge potentially, but not necessarily a team straight in the middle. I mean, AKA for now at least aren't getting harassed by many teams. So they should, I say that as Pachao's BL is looking their direction, but he's getting shot off, and so AKA might survive for a little bit, but again, being dead center is not always the best, especially when it's in a bowl-like situation, and they're just going to get pelted with utility.
Yeah, they're going to take another knock there, as Lips is going to get flushed out by Slabby as 55. Start to push down from the north. Slabby, the tip of the spear, as we like to say. Lopez is going to get spotted out by Gats from range, though. Fortunately, has smoke right available for him before Gats can get that flush. So Ratz still 4 strong, playing in from that western side, but there's
10 kills.
There's still a snake over there in the form of Arson from Not a Hobby, and Pachao actually sending Santa up there on that western side as well. So Ratz looking real strong right now, but there's a number of dangerous potential situations just kind of creeping around their edges that I'm not sure they're aware of.
Yeah, I like that they're at least flexing out a little bit, moving that kind of 3-man just to make sure that their current position in the circle is somewhat safe, right? I'm sure they're aware of maybe a rat somewhere around them. Arson, I'm not sure if they know exactly where he is. A sneak attack takes a Very nice couple shots over there towards 55. He's going to find Lopes and now Stabby very low. But yeah, Ratz is just making sure that they're staying measured and they're not overextending while still trying to stay proactive. So really good play from them so far.
Oh man, Mercy, even like
Merci.
you said, Merci, PWD is down, but 9 kills already again for Mercy. They are proving that they are better than this lobby. They are too good to be in this lobby.
Yeah.
They deserve to be in the next step up, and they are proving that.
And they will be.
Game that passes, and they will. 138 points already as they keep on climbing. Arson, as we said, the last solo player alive for Not a Hobby. The snake in the midst of Ratz, and it does not look like they are aware of him. Santa has also crept up here as well. He's got some at least teammates off in the distance, so he's just listening to footsteps, feeding that information over to the boys. Ratz, meanwhile, are just completely comfortable holding on to this spot right now. Looks like they might be trying to do a little bit of cleaning, but they're not spotting anything.
Pachao now is actually getting very close to Ratz. His shots are going to come out, and it looks like Pachao will strike first, but no knocks will be had, and that actually worries me because Mercy is going to hear this and immediately want a third party, while Despoon is off in the north just trying to hold his anchor to make sure no one comes up to third party from that area. So fortunately for Ratz, they get the shift. But Arson, I think you're right. I don't think anyone knows Arson is there.
Something to do, and they still did not. They have no idea where that Santastico was right on their doorstep right there as well. BL came over to support his teammate, but yeah, I mean, got the Rat's position just a little bit too strong for PCH to really do anything about. And now it looks like Mercy, they're trying to decide north or south. Where do they want to wrap? Seifu is starting to creep down on this southern side. May spot out Netno. Ratz, Chun still looking, still trying to find. They know somebody's here. They know somebody's here. They just have no idea where he is.
Gats will find. Okay.
Well, that's
Ratz
huge.
now, yeah, finding some knocks here, and that's going to be a flush there on one of the Mercy members. Seifu also goes down just like that, actually. It's just down to one member here for Mercy.
Yeah, loosened the last one up, and now Psycho.
And
is
he's
actually,
out of there.
There you go. Psycho will spot him out, but in the meantime, while all that was going on, so Mercy does go down, but 55 lost 3 in the process. So Psycho now, the solo coming up from here. Ratz, everything has just played out perfectly for them, but the problem is they know that Pachao is around here somewhere, but Pachao has been so damn sneaky that they have not been able to spot them.
7 kills, 4 up. I do worry, though. I think Arson could potentially ruin the game for one of these two teams, right? It's just which one. Does he pick off Despoon on his way down to help in the fight against Pachao? And then what does Psycho do? Does he take long-range shots? He's actually shooting at Despoon right now, so...
I feel like they know, they have an idea that somebody might be behind them. You saw Gats just kind of looking off to the north with his
paranoid.
scope.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that paranoia that we're going to get flanked, right? But Despoon is all the way on that northern side, and
So
he never spotted anything, so like they're probably thinking they're completely safe as Pachao still looks like Nintendo is just going to try to spot out Psycho. That might be, oh, careful of that grenade. Still some utility left in the bag for Psycho.
I mean, look how close they are to Arson. I mean, he has been sitting there.
Oh my god.
What
The
position is
snake
that?
is
Can we?
always right
I
on
want to
top.
see that. Yeah, I want to see exactly what he's playing. Oh,
Ooh.
he's just prone in the bush.
That's it. He's a bush
Big up
Wookie.
suspects. Thank you for showing us. Appreciate you.
He's a manster.
I mean, how do you see
Yeah.
him? Oh, just also to notice, Not a Hobby only played with 3 this game as well. So for him to at least get them to a guaranteed top 4, I mean, that's a good salvage game if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
Especially from a
You
solo
take
for this
those.
long.
You take those every day of the week. All right. Now, Ratz, again, they're the only one really being mobile on the western side, at least. Netno and BL kind of trying to find Psycho, but there's not really much else they could do. Like, he doesn't want to expose himself to Ratz because, I mean, they have to know that this entire western side has covered every angle. And if he doesn't, he's about to find out because Grant Landis has him right dead in his sights. The shots come through, but nothing lands.
Pachao is now trying to just...
I love how we have Arson Cam.
Yeah, Arson Cam is pretty good. Pachao is just trying to get rid of, or at least Nathaniel is just desperately trying to get rid of Psycho. He does not want to deal with that. He knows that there's a player there. Obviously, the utility didn't work out, but now Ratz is also starting to look towards that direction as well. I'm so curious when Arsene is actually going to strike.
Oh boy. I mean, in a perfect world, he waits till Ratz and Pachao start to fight.
Oh, there it is.
And unfortunately, it's not going to be there for him. He's going to find two right off the bat. Grant Lannis, get the points, my dude. You need them. It's one. Can he flush out the second one? No. He's going to turn over to the spoon. Pre-firing the rock. Coming through. But Chun is in a perfect position as well. He's going to get knocked down.
And Arsene!
And Arsene stays alive. He takes out all of Ratz. And all of a sudden, just like that, PCH, they've got two solos to deal with. BL, you've got to be careful here. If you're leaving your man behind to go for the res, do not push into this 1v1, BL.
Psycho as well now with an opportunity, and all of a sudden the two solos just turning this game upside down for the teams. As Arsene is going to take shots, he will not find one on Pachao. Nicely done from Santa to shut that down quickly, and now it's just down to Psycho as Pachao is going to recover just fine.
Oh, it's so close. So close. Well, they knew
that knock
where
would have
Psycho
changed
was.
the game.
Oh, it would have been absolutely huge. Well, they knew exactly where Psycho was. They left it. Nintendo had to leave, and he's gonna find him as Psycho with that mini will get the knock on Nintendo. He's gonna try to go for the flush. Oh, careful, but dude. Sansa, good defense.
Good aggression as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know you got him low. You have to push this. And Santastico already sending it. He's actually going to send it with BL. They're not even going to bother going for the res on Nintendo as they know exactly where Psycho is. He's going to at least get the flush. BL drops down as he hears the shots. He's got to be careful. Santastico don't want to give him two 1v1s.
Yep.
Don't give him the 1v1s. I thought he saw BL in the bush.
Once could potentially spill. Dude, the flash goes out. It was not enough, but Pachao will clean that up. The solos making a mess of that game. And a 10-kill win regardless for the team of Pachao. And then Ratz had at least 10, 11 kills, but man, Arsene absolutely ruined their game.
Listen, I have always known that arson was a crime, but what he did to the Ratz was a felony. That was outrageous that he was there. And also, it's been a while. I forgot sometimes just how good bushes are at hiding you if you sit still. Like, everything, now we all play so active that sometimes you can just sit there and get away with it. And that was crazy that he did.
Toffee's Tarkov strats. Hide in the bush forever.
It's all every game I play strat. I've got 3 bushes outside my house right now that I could run to if I need to.
Casting live from the bush right now. Oh my god, I can't believe Arsene wins that with 1 HP, dude. Yeah, That's unreal.
That was really
almost
bonkers.
pulls it off. He almost pulls it off. And then, I mean, Pachao giving us all a heart attack here at the end with Psycho. I mean, look, getting that initial knock on Nintendo, I gotta agree. I agree with the push. I agree with the push to go over there and try to get him and not worry about the res. But man, they almost gave him 2 1v1s. BL was so lucky that he didn't get spotted in that bush.
Yeah. It was shocking, but I think the problem was there was just too much going on. Like, he didn't expect someone to just lay down. Like, you saw, I liked how the second they started pushing, Psycho knew it was coming. He immediately unloaded 2 grenades and fell back a little bit. And then he went through the, I don't know if it's the 4th stage of grief, the dumping of utility stage, but he went through that where you dump all this utility and sort of froze them in place.
Just
right, exactly.
Throwing all your Pokemon out there and hoping something lands.
You get a flash. And, you know, you're right. He risked the 1v1s, but ultimately it played out the way that we expected. And Pachao with 20 points, this should clinch them. They came in today in a precarious situation. I think after this one, with 2 games left to play, they should be comfortably going to the grand final, Godspeed.
Yeah, I don't think there's a doubt in my mind that they'll be going to grand finals. But looking at some of the teams that are still on the cusp, Future was able to get at least 5 points. Elevate as well, getting some points. Yep, 55, just showing a lot of consistency. 2 back-to-back thirds and now a 4th place with 6 kills is really solid for them. So I think 55 is starting to really show that they do belong here, and they will be going to grand finals, and hopefully they can continue this momentum moving forward. But there's still 2 games left, so definitely not out of it yet, and maybe they can make something more happen. But yeah, it's starting to get do or die for those teams that not only on the cusp, but the teams that are far below, and even for the teams that are at the bottom. I think it might start. I don't want to say it, but it might be time to start packing it up.
I mean, I think some of them probably already are, right? They're gonna join. They're gonna have some fun. But at the end of the day, like Penella Good's climb is just not really tenable at this point. 19 points, Gatos with 11.
Yeah.
They would have to have back-to-back 19-win games essentially to get themselves into this. So that is what it is. The top is the top. Mercy Gaming heard us say, hey, maybe the Sonics will catch up, but they said, no, hold my drink. I got things to do. And it comes down to this cut line. Synergy at 54, Aces at 52, and Ratz at 49 are probably the 3 that could maybe consider some challenges going into the next 2 games. Elevate, 4Nation, Future, a.k.a. Bonde, and even Not a Hobby. Honestly, they could do it.
Yeah.
That is a massive amount of push-up, but that's also scary, Poro, because that means normally we're in a situation where it's like, who's going to pass 8th place? This is one where genuinely, I think all 3, 6, 7, and 8 could be in a really dangerous spot.
Yeah. I mean, it's. I don't know if anybody's safe really with 2 games. I mean, if we had one, well, there you go. If we had one game left to play, I'd say Old Guard and Pichao probably pretty safe, comfortable, whatever. 2 games left though, like if they have 2 0-point games, they might be sweating a little bit. But we gotta give props again. Like they haven't done it with confetti and streamers and fireworks and a lot of fanfare, but 55 Esports, 83 points, safe, moving on to the grand finals, doing exactly what they needed to do, and it's good for them. Good for them.
Yeah, same with Old Guard though, Godspeed. I think that's both of those teams have been just plotting quality
quietly,
PUBG, managing their points, understanding the sponges at the top, and saying, here's how we play this thing. And that's what I expect, though, to see out of rosters that have names like that on them, though. These guys know how to handle these sort of wild lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, Kill Demo, Necro, right? Like Hyagwin and Kaishin. Like again, these are players that we're used to, and we've used the phrase before, just quietly gaining points in the background, right? It's not really something we're catching all the time on stream. Their fights maybe in just rotations or something, but they're getting a couple kills there, a couple kills there, maybe a 5th place, a 4th place here, and they're just accumulating those points in a way that it's putting a nice little cushion between them and everyone below them.
And I think that's the big key, is those teams have managed to get that cushion in there. I do think if they continue to play this way, they should be in great shape with 2 matches left. But that's the moral of the story. There's only 2 matches left to play, after which we know what the grand final is going to look like, is the top 8 teams will advance to the big show. The bottom 8 have to go home and wonder what they could have done differently. And I'm going to be honest, with a lobby this close, with at least 6 teams in a full chase, there's going to be a lot of teams who are going to go home after these 2 games and say, what could I have done differently on day 1? How could I have kept myself out of a 14-point race with 2 games left to go? And they're going to have to answer those hard questions. Who's stuck with that question? We're going to find out, because when we come back, we're headed to the grassy patches of Erangel in the final 2 matches of PAS Losers Bracket.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Two games left, 8 teams advance. 1 point per kill. I don't know if that picked up or not. It was great. Godspeed got me. He broke me on the entry. Welcome back to PAS3. My name's Toppies. I got Porosaurus. I got Godspeed. And you got 2 more games to watch what has been an absolutely crazy bracket. What's up, Poro?
2 more. That's it.
2. You just got
Erangel of all maps. Yeah, that's my favorite number. Not really.
I was gonna say I don't
have a favorite. Who has a favorite number? That's weird.
I like 25. I'm kind of partial to it.
That's
kind of random, but
Yeah.
It-
Anyway. You know
what are you
what?
gonna do?
You know what my favorite number is the cut line number here.
Yay, welcome to get us back on track. The cut line is top 8, and the top
here.
8 advance to the grand finals. The bottom 8 go home and dry their tears with dreams of loss and fears of never returning to this level of play. Don't want to put yourself in that situation, so be great. This is the time to do it. And it's going to be great as we move to the grassy patches of Erangel for our last match. Godspeed, it's a good plane. I'm hoping for... Well, are we hoping for... Yes, I'm hoping for a good central circle.
okay, that's fair. I think, generally speaking, all the planes
Just
today
not a
have been...
milli-circle.
Right?
That's like the only thing I'm asking for at this point.
Okay, that's fair. But all
Sorry,
the planes...
Your point.
all the planes have been even today. I don't think I've seen like one really, really bad plane. Like they've been good for most of the teams. I don't think we've had too many crazy
You
stretches.
say you can't...
The
You can't
circles.
complain about it?
Okay, I'm leaving. You can.
You
count.
really interrupted him for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
not only
Okay.
disrespectful, but it was in poor taste.
You're better than this.
I should have laid over till later. I apologize. I'll depart and let you finish this your point.
Why did we agree to let him?
I don't know. Because apparently everybody likes dad jokes. I don't know.
Yes.
Popular
thank
right
you.
now for some reason.
It is in because it doesn't stir any feathers. It's the safest of the jokes.
That is
And,
fair.
I spent
It
my
is
whole life
safest.
waiting for this moment.
Well,
Safest of the jokes. Not the safest place to land, traditionally, this road. But Pachow seems like they're going to have no issues
Please,
grabbing some
please.
cars and rotating.
please don't do Millie. Please don't do Millie. Please don't do. Thank you, Lord. I'll take a north. All right, we'll take that. Four Nation, all the way. The only team north of the river right now. Actually, that's a lie. OG in North George has a little bit of time, and then Ratz in the old Rumblers drop in Yasnaya. Where's the first place you're wanting to go when you see that circle? If you're old Rumblers there, Godspeed.
If you're a Yas boy, I mean,
Yeah, yes, man.
Yeah, you yes man. I mean, taking
Yes.
taking no lead. I hate you for making me do that. You made me do that. Taking no
Pretty
lead. No lean is fairly strong, and then from no lean you
lean.
work your way west into that the barn just to the east of like Severny Crossroads. That's a really solid position. You can even take that Alamo there. But yeah, you generally want to get to the west of Yas Lake, especially when you have such a good position, right? You're starting in Yasnaya. You don't have to deal with any rotational woes. You just pretty much go there, and that's exactly what they've done. Look, Despoon has already gone to Nolene, so it's a good.
And for those of you who maybe aren't up on the lingo, you should be at this point. Nolene is a small collection of buildings north of the Yasnaya River.
Where Despoon
also
is.
the woman who stole Dolly Parton's man. But
was
either way,
Jolene, close.
it's a throwback to the very beginning of PUBG. But if you didn't know, that's what we're talking about. That village just north of Yasnaya.
Yeah, and the reason it's called Nolene is because for some reason you couldn't lean there. It's called the very stupid, simple explanation.
Makes sense though, doesn't it?
It
Those
does.
are the best kind of explanations, honestly. I'm partial to the warehouse
It's like a bug or something.
compound 2-2 split, but we'll
That's
see.
really good. Yep.
Yep. Four Nation, interestingly, after looting in Severny, are actually spreading out west towards shooting range with Spectro checking in with. I always want to say free throw. It's Future.
Free throw.
Over in Lippo, but they've got Elevate just off to their west, so Elevate actually kind of reconvening over near Mansion. We'll see if they are setting up for any potential early fights, but I mean I don't expect to see a lot of early action here. I say that, and of course we cut to 55 crashing right on top of Synergy just north of Razak, and OG
Oh, and a
involved as well. We hadn't seen one of those today. It was due. We were due.
We saw a team flush with the Panzer when the rats and cats were fighting, remember? But
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
true.
Aside from that,
Yeah.
yeah, it hasn't been too much. But Panzers, I will just say this: I'm so glad that I didn't have to deal with those. The amount of tilt, even when I'm in a public game and I get Panzer, I'm just like, it's just.
I
feels-
know you would have been
It
sent
feels
tilting
so
to the
bad.
moon. Well, here's Old Guard. Old Guard, I mean, they hear that fight going on, but they're not really super interested in third party, it doesn't seem like. So rather instead just taking this 2-2 split and just holding that strong position. After looting Severny, 4Nation will take up residence over here in shooting range, aka a few shots towards Sexyits as in passing here, but for the most part, everybody just allowing each other to move on.
Yeah, AK have actually impressed me the last couple of games with their positioning and the way they've been able to dictate some of the rotations around them. But in this circle, it's a little more difficult because, I mean, most of the teams are going to be sitting south. So unless they kind of position themselves maybe just past George or North George Bridge in order to just kind of hold a rotation there, similar to the position that, you know, Bonja de Gallo is in, I don't know if they can really do that this game, but at the very least, they're getting a good position here. Is also looking at Fort Nation all the way to the north, as you said, in shooting range. There's a nice little split they can do up there. Elevate right now is actually rotating. Where is Elevate rotating? Around Stalber. So they're all the way on the east side. Yeah, so they're in a decent position as well. They can take a lot of control.
Backfilling Ratz, where Ratz was in the warehouse and they left, and it looks like they might take that crossroads position. Yeah. So leaving Gats in warehouse for the time being. It looks like he took a few shots over there. I don't know if he's shooting off to the east, but he's not shooting at Elevate. So I don't know if he sees them. Either way, Sonics make their way north of Razak, and they're going to find Synergy just on the other side of this hill. They still have Kickstart on the south side of the river, so not fully 4-man just yet. As yep, there we go. Ratz taking over pretty much everything they can find, really.
Yeah, spreading out quite as much. I do worry a little bit about Gats, especially with how close Elevate is potentially getting, but taking Crossroads in the circle is very strong nonetheless. And you would imagine, looking at the circle, right, Poro, that it's gonna go north, right? Like it should go north. But you say it has to, but we've seen some wacky things. So I mean, if everyone does, which they probably should, right? It just kind of anchor themselves towards the north, and it does shift south. That's gonna probably be the worst circle of the day, I would say.
Yeah, that would be brutal. That would be brutal. Well, 3 teams, it looks like Boncha de Gala, Sonics, and Aces are all kind of hedging their bets and just playing around the river. We still got 4 teams that are still way south and haven't even made it into the zone just yet. So still more, about 16 players left to come.
I mean, Mercy's still on melee base, Poro. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking their sweet time, and they're not e-pickups either. They're all in vehicles on the move. And now Pachal looks like they might have an e-pickup. We'll see. Either way, Panella Good now holding down the gas station. They've got, oh my goodness, Warlock with the quick peek on a Zealot. Put him in his place. But immediate trade from Danny Monster onto Strelatino, and he's going to actually get flushed out by Kalnick. So Synergy has an angle on all of this as well.
Yeah, Panella Good, I feel like they have good ideas, good positioning, just sometimes poor execution. I mean, there was a good shot there, but again, not realizing the angles, getting flushed by Synergy, just getting nickel and dime, as you like to say, constantly.
So Dragonov to the face as Zealot actually gets back on his feet. So good news for Aces here is they'll go ahead and retreat back to their compound. Abs looking at Finna.
Oh, so close.
Damn, that was real close. Okay. So Panella Good, they've still got 2 in the gas station. They've got Sonics off to the north in the compound that's just to the south of that crossroads position that also tends to see a lot of crashes later on. So we'll see if they hold that split or if they try to collapse onto somebody. Sonics, once again, just checking on them. They are creeping around. They're just trying to get a read on where everybody is, it feels like. They've got Kickstart left behind on the other side of Roz, and they're just holding this just in case worst case scenario does happen. As Future pulls in, Aces gonna get close, but Danamon gets spotted out by Sonic, so a free kill gets picked up there for Sonics for their work in scouting out where they want to go next.
Yeah, and if they want to, they can take that, which it looks like they're going back to maybe get a couple vehicles and kind of clear out that space that they just made for themselves. And as you said, they still have Kickstart in the south, right? So they know that their back is going to be clear, at least from Roz, maybe not from the 8-pack bridge or something else, but they have that insurance policy behind them. And so Sonics can really take as much space as they want in front of them right now, as we see Synergy kind of stacked up with them as well. Aces, I mean, just losing one there in that split, are kind of now next to the Osbridge compound, and this is a good position for now. But
Yeah.
how many teams are in front of them? Yeah, exactly. And Dadamon was the insurance, right? Up that hill, giving them space to rotate into, but now he's gone.
Yeah, well, you were right. Sonics do grab vehicles and send it back over. Looks like Pachao actually came into the south side of Rozhok as they made their rotation. Mercy finally getting in there as well and got those Chicos up in near Stalber, so they do the long wrap, and this is about the best circle you could hope for.
Yeah.
You can see pretty much everybody was hoping and predicting that this is where it would go.
I honestly just let a sigh of relief for the teams, just
Yeah.
dealing with a regular circle today and from yesterday. So this will be fairly normal to navigate. Still difficult nonetheless. There's a lot of teams crunched up, especially in that middle area, as we see Old Guard now getting ready to position themselves, I guess, a little more central. I mean, they're already in the center here. They are kind of shoved up on this dirt road, these double bulk buildings here. This is kind of a risky split, Poro, especially if one of them gets crashed, but there should be enough time to consolidate where it's not the end of the world. So we'll see how they fare. Is Shrimsy now driving towards Future in this gas station? And can he hit any of these?
Shrimsy found out that gas station is occupied real quick. But that might have been that. I mean, that might have been the point, right? Just to make sure that somebody is there and to actually get a read on how many, if anybody. So Sam Crow, the only one holding it down right now. And Sonics may get a read on that. Either way, it looks like they're going to go 4 deep to the compound. Ratz, meanwhile, they were doing a 2-2 between Crossroads and the Warehouse. They end up consolidating on Crossroads, leaving Warehouse to Elevate. But Elevate has 2 in the Warehouse, and then they've got the other 2 way off to the west, and now got those Chicos is coming in. Sonic's actually going to find Mercy, or rather the other way around. Mercy finding Sonics. Instant 2 knocks here as Seifu turning his attention toward Tiggleton. Tiggleton trying to peek through. The US will go down to Kickstart. What a grenade, as now PWD has come up on the backside. Will smoke off his fallen teammates to make sure that they don't get flushed out just yet.
My, what a hell of a recovery, even from that nade. Oh, Kickstart, though, he's not done yet. That's going to be flush onto Lucid now as he's looking inside this building for the last 2 members. As long as they play it right, they could go for trades. But Kick is still alive as he'll back off here. Oh, and he almost has him at PWD. Whew.
He drop shot him. Oh, I thought he had it. Okay, well,
this,
Ace's
though.
crew,
Aces,
they hear all of this going on, so this, I mean, you got to get in there, Aces. It's only jam, though.
Justice, meanwhile, Bill Frost will find a nice little easy knock there on him, and that should be a flush, and that is it. Mercy is eliminated in what was a fairly back and forth fight between them and the Sonics.
Lots of trades going on there, and this is what we were worried about. Elevate, they had 2 inside this warehouse, but they were getting crashed, it looked like, by Gatos Chicos, and now Vegas providing support from range. The rest of the boys have arrived, and Poonage a little bit farther behind, but 2 knocks now for Gatos Chicos as Bill Frost trying to hold off the inevitable push here.
And I mean, even still, the one benefit here for Elevate is that it is a pain to push those warehouses, right? You only have 2 entrances, the angles that you have to worry about when you're pushing in. But yeah, as you said, Keegan taking many shots, and that's going to be a knock on Vegas. He was supposed to be the backup, the flank that came behind, got those Chicos and helped him out, but he's down, and now Refray will find bail.
Poonage the last one alive, tries to come out, but no. Gatos Chicos will finish that off, but unfortunately for them, Justice the last one alive, and not a hobby in a perfect position. They somehow snuck around and backfilled Gatos Chicos while they were taking that fight with Elevate. Gatos Chicos not catching it in time, so now not a hobby will pick up 2 knocks and maybe pick up even more here if they're able to finish off the last 2 inside the warehouse.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to as well. As the circle is shifted, this is still a decent position just to be able to rotate out of. Now it has centralized, right? So the circle does not do any crazy hard shifts. And so most of the teams will find themselves in, but this fight needs to happen, and it needs to happen fast. It's just 1 member. Not a hobby needs to clear out Justice very quickly here so they can look at their next move and potentially... Okay.
He died to his own grenade.
That's unfortunate. That nade bounced off the window.
It
right
definitely
back.
bounced off the window.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, what are you going to do? Well, Not a Hobby cleans that up, and they have, well, a lot of the Northeast to themselves. I mean, Ratz is the nearest competition, and they're in the crossroads. Pichao, meanwhile, on this southeastern side of the zone, they've got a lot of hills to work around. Future, they're still working around the gas station. Ace is inside the compound that saw all the death and destruction between Sonics and Mercy, so they've got a lot of crates around them to loot still. And Synergy also just kind of holding things down. Most teams really just inside compounds right now, playing very tight together. The one exception being Bonja de Gallo, who's kind of looking around and lurking on the western edge of the zone just to see what they can find.
Yeah, and they've taken a good amount of control on that western edge, and they have some good movement that they can utilize if they want to maybe push north and wrap, or they can even do the same thing south. But the problem south is 55, that three-story they're in. And really the reason why most of these players or teams are in these buildings is because the center of this circle, yet again, Poro, is just, it's barren.
Truly. Well, I mean, well, once again, it's a circle center. Well, it's kind of like on that edge of the wide open field to the north of that Synergy compound and the wooded area around hills. So there's not much there, to be sure, but there's a little something. It looks like Not a Hobby's going to leave.
We've had worse.
They're gonna, no, it's definitely worse. We've definitely seen worse. But it looks like a bunch of the guys is going to spot out OG. This is that. You were wondering if they would hold that split. They didn't. They ended up collapsing onto those that cliffside compound. Kind of a name. Oh, the Spoon actually found Quicks. What? He's mortaring. Let's go. Love a good mortar.
You would.
Actually,
I mean, I like mortars.
And they flushed him too. Look at that. And they're still sending more. As it. And another one. Is this the replay? No. Quicks is already
live,
dead.
Baby. This is
this is live. This is live. Well, Quicks unfortunately will go down, so it's now down to 2 for Not a Hobby. But fortunately for them, the circle does give them a little bit of a kiss of good fortune, and it cuts over to the east. Yeah, just a smooch. Just a peck.
As Ratz now, I mean, they could actually pull up right underneath PNG if they really wanted to, and Penella Good would be in a lot of trouble if that was the case, but it looks like Chun might be going for that. Yeah, it looks like they're going for the shack. There's a little ridge there. It's not a bad play either, but they're going to be right underneath Not a Hobby, which is dangerous. As I say this, here it is. They're driving right past. The nade will go out. Back Monster cannot find it, and Ratz will clean that up very quickly and efficiently.
You like to see that. Anytime you can make a crash and not take a single knock in the process, that is a job well done. So Ratz clean it up, and they get their spot in this next zone, aka just on the ridge overlooking PNG's compound. Nobody taking shots at him just yet. This is, I always see people play this little plateau, and it makes me so nervous. There's just nothing there. It always feels like it's uncomfortable, but yeah, there's just no cover to be found, anything like that. So we'll see what happens for them going forward. His kill demo gets him so low, but Dangyo gonna stay alive at least until he runs into Necro. Four Nation trying to make the crash onto OG's compound, and so far it is not paying off. He again and Necro, the last two alive.
No, but this is a really good edge to fight for, and both teams obviously realize that. OG have been sitting here, but Four Nation really starting to kind of turn it up towards the end of the day here, finding a lot more consistency as far as getting it to a decent position to fight, as this blue zone is going to do actually quite a bit of damage.
That was unfortunate for Dang. He got shot in the back by 55 and actually forced him into a spot to where OG could get an angle on him. So Zyko and Spectro now the last two playing against the walls. Zyko actually nowhere near this. He's running off to the north. He's going to leave Spectro on his own and maybe just try to find a spot, or maybe just go for a vehicle more than anything here. Regardless of what happens, I mean, this compound was never inside the zone, so Four Nation tried to make a crash on it and end up paying the price. And Kind of for no reason, really.
At the very least, I mean, if they can clear out OG here, they can move forward, and they do have somewhat of a foothold into this circle. As far as the next circle, I'm not so sure, but Spectro now just trying to do what he can.
Well, what he can is he got one, at least. He again now, the last one there, and he'll spot him. There you go. As 4Nation will pick it up, but Spectro now the last player alive for his team. Ratz, ever the aggressors. As soon as that circle popped, they immediately crash onto the doorstep of Panella Good. And so far, it's been a 1-for-1 trade. It looks like Sonic's down one, as Grant Landis will find him.
Oh, so many blues!
Sonic, so many blue zone grenades being sent over there, and Gats in a perfect position to try to capitalize off of that. Chun, it looks like has been res, so he's going to be back on his feet. Ratz once again 4 strong, somehow, some way, still managing to stay alive, although the circle just keeps retreating away from them.
Yeah, but now they can fight this team with Panella, and as long as they can just kill them, they can take over this position just for a brief moment. But the problem is that Compound's not even in, as Bonja and Giles fight him. Will take a spray down. Sexiest will go down. PNG will fall in the background, and so will Bonja and Gallo. What a fight from Pichao.
Instantly, 2 teams get full wiped there at the exact same time. But oh my goodness. All right, Bonja de Gallo gets taken out by Pichao. Ratz do win their fight, but they lose 2, so it's down to just Grant Landis and Chun, aka starting to spread out and see if they can find angles onto this. As oh wait, I take it back. Gats and the Spoon actually still alive. They were still on the other side of the road, so Ratz never really collapsed onto this. They just kind of take this fight from a range and up close, as AKA trying to find angles, but Grant gonna find the flank. What a play from Grant Lannis.
And Ratz are fighting tooth and nail. They went all the way from the north. They originally fought for the compound up top. They came down around. They wrapped into the shack. They got rid of the other team, which I believe was who was the other team they actually wiped down there? I think it was Not a Hobby, and now they're just pushing it to PNG just got wiped as well. Ratz is actually on a tear right now. Only 7 kills, but the amount of damage they've done to this lobby is very impressive.
Ratz is looking real good right now. 6 kills. They do lose Grant Lannis, but they keep 3 alive here, also known as. Trying to see if they can look to where the next spot may be. PCH not really giving him anything to shoot at right now. But you can see the wide open areas. They're just laying down the smoke clouds. Gotta give it to them, though. Pichao being the aggressors here, trying to make sure that they keep Ratz and AKA pinned up against the wall. They have 1 rock to work with. But we still have a number of teams on the south side, Godspeed, that have not gotten involved in any of this just yet.
And these teams have kind of just been biding their time, kind of being tentative neighbors, specifically looking at SG and 55. But Ace also have been fairly comfortable from that compound. They initially lost one of their members from the Sonics, and so the Panzer. What's he gonna do with that thing? What are you gonna do with that thing, huh?
What you gonna do with that thing?
What you gonna do with that thing, huh?
What that thing do?
I think he's about to find out.
Synergy is not peeking at all. They're just like, you know what? You want this? You're gonna have to come in here and take it.
Come on in.
Not peeking you. Come on in.
The water's fine.
I promise I won't shoot you in the face. Well, Fake has a Panzer of his own. Clazair just holding the angle, and Smokes will just slow everything down for the time being.
As they do.
Yeah, as they are wont to do. But Aces, meanwhile, they get to stay inside their compound. Looks like Future is just going to keep hugging the north side, so they're not going to get involved in any of this. As it's just Panzer v Panzer. We got Panzer vision now.
This is so ridiculous. The most important thing to note of this lobby, though, is the Juggernauts are down. Sonics and Mercy have fell quite a while ago, so a lot of the teams that are still alive are teams that desperately need to cling to some sort of points in order to make that cusp, as Pichao is continuing their domination, and with the aid of AKA, they will finally take down the Ratz.
Oh boy, yeah, Ratz. They tried to send it in
a hell
vehicle.
Of a fight.
There wasn't really much they could do there at the end. But great game for them, just holding on to that 8th place spot, man. If they keep playing like this for the next game, though, you got to appreciate what Ratz is doing. They are saying we're not gonna play safe. We're going for it. We're gonna try to get our kills, and almost pays off for them there in the end.
Speaking of playing safe, Synergy
Yeah.
really have not wanted to move from this building at all. They have Fake in that off angle in the second building. The one story there is the other ones are stacked up in the 3. And I'm even surprised no one has gone for a peek on that third level.
Oh, he almost ran out of that door, but he spotted Glock as 55 is trying to make the push through. They're going to find Fake, so he won't get to use his Panzer. And now the stairs being held. Slabby just going to push W keys right through. Has no backup, though, so nobody was with him when he decided to make that push. As Synergy will hold on to the rooftops, the high levels right now. Kalnix and Cloudera just staying alive. Slabby will get flushed out.
Good on Kalnix as well as Cloud to make sure that they're clearing that out. And Fake, not sure if he's going to be resable as he is in the other building, but at the very least 2 of them are still alive, and 55 has slowed down quite a bit, and they have been somewhat crippled here as 2 of their members have also fallen. Excuse me, 1 of their members has fallen.
And while this is going on, Future started to look at pushing into Ace's compound, got a knock or 2, but then pulled away once again as AK and PCH were shooting in their backs. So this fight, really the only thing going right now is oh my god, what a dirty spray.
That was sick.
Block gets destroyed by Cloud. Now it's down to 2. There you go. Psycho will find him. Good stuff from Psycho. 5 kills for Psycho as well, as 55 again continuing their climb up the leaderboard, or not their climb, really. There's the death grip on 3rd place.
Yeah, they've really, again, after every single game, they've really found their stride. You know, they're starting to really heat up. And because of that, I mean, their consistency is showing, and their team fighting as well. And insulting that, there's so many different ways that assault could have gone wrong for 55, but they really took their time, and it showed. I mean, Synergy also, you know, made their moves, but 55's looking great. Meanwhile, on the other side of this, Future is now in a position here where they're potentially going to be in the line of sight of 2 different teams. That's going to be Aces and AKA, who they're taking shots at. You have to imagine Aces hear this.
Oh, absolutely. Aces, let's see, they desperately need something to go their way. Sitting in 7th place right now, but it's far from secure, as they still have 3 up. It almost feels like they're playing a little bit on the safe side, but they are starting to spread out and maybe take a shot at 55. We'll see. AKA, they've got work left to do. They've got 4 alive. They got the players to do it. As there you go, 55 will run into Aces, but immediately pull back down here as Psycho just looking at the compound. He knows Jam is spotting from the window, but he doesn't have an angle on the guys up front.
55 continuing to just harass, as you said, Psycho with 5 kills so far. And where, I mean, they have options here, but yeah, they are. They have options here, but 55 needs to get rid of these first and foremost,
Really?
and it's looking like a little bit of a difficult situation there, Poro.
Oh, absolutely. Psycho almost trades over the top. He's gonna spot Finna, gets that knock, gets Zealot to 1 HP. Psycho doing so much work for his squad right now. He feeds that information over to Glock, lets him know he's 1 shot. Jam now the last player up for Aces, as he's going to try to work that rock. 55 will get the res onto Lopes. They're back up to 3 strong. They know exactly where Jam is. He's not peeking that rock though. He's just holding it, waiting for somebody to come around. Zealot will get flushed out. Another point in the bag as 55. They are making things very difficult for Aces here. Oh, Jam. So close. Look at Future though. Future's coming, yeah.
The big opportunity here to come in and third party this, although there's nothing really to third party anymore. 55 has wiped the Aces clean. 3 members still up. No damage really taken. But now they're still on the edge, and that, I mean, those ridges are really all they have. And a nice nade from HG will find Psycho and put down the Psycho killer for the team of 55.
The Future taking the 2-front war right now, as they've got 2 keeping eyes on Pachow and 2 keeping eyes on 55. They've got Psycho down, but HG trying to find angles here, shooting through the smokes. But the hills that 55 has to work around right now just too good. No spotting through the windows will do a little bit of damage, as Won't find the knock though. Pachal just again just has so much room to work with, so much hills and so much just terrain that they can hide behind here to slow these fights down. And then you also have the one solo player from AKA Nano, as AKA still needs a lot of help to get into this final. Nice shot will take down Terazoka.
Yeah, the Dragnev is so dangerous within that 100 meters, right? It's hard to tell, especially if someone hasn't shot, if they have a Dragnev yet. For a shot, your helmet gets ripped off, you're on your knees, and you regret taking that peek.
Yes, indeed. It's all Latin American top 4 here. There's Sam Crow.
You like to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely love to see it. There's
oh, what's this?
Trying to go for something special here is Nintendo going for the low wrap. Doesn't see it. He's going to spot Sam Crow on the... Oh, he's going to be right on top of him. Nintendo, what was that?
Too.
That was ambitious to say the least.
To say though, yeah.
Pachal, but Santasco, okay, he's gonna get spotted out by Frogman. So now Future still 4 up, although HG is gonna go down. 55 turning around as Psycho and friends come around again. Glock will find one. Sam Crow will get taken down, but he'll trade down. Glock slows things down here just a bit for 55, but Psycho on a damn tear. He has been lighting the world on fire today. And maybe, just maybe, they can secure one more victory for themselves. As, good blue zone grenade is actually going to push them away.
Yeah, 8 kills
Nano.
Of the 9 R55s. And Nano, as you said, has been solo this entire time, just surviving, as the other 3 members of AKA fell fairly fast. So I think they forgot about him, and they did. Nano will find Psycho going for a second. And can Terazoka just get rid of him? He does, but the damage has been done. It's a 2-on-1.
2-on-1.
And there it is.
There you go. Future with a huge win here late in the day. 8 kills, and my God, it could have gone
18 points is going to go a long way for them.
Oh, it's going to be huge. It's going to be absolutely huge. The shakeup at the cut line is going to be huge after this one. There were so many teams that were making a run, AKA Future, all of these teams.
Aces too is on the cusp.
Aces on the cusp as well. So many teams are going to be looking after this one. So I can't wait to see what our overall leaderboard is going to look like, Toffees, after this one's all said and done, because that was absolutely wild.
And that's all I want. I don't even care about the replays. It's like, get me to the overall leaderboard as we get to this last game. The end game was fun. It was good to watch. I feel like the Midwestern surprise Nano may have pushed up there and almost cost everybody the game if he had waited a second longer, but 55, man, I think they had that until that last second.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder, because it feels like everybody lost track of Nano, and he took the shot when he had it, right? I mean, he gets Psycho, takes out the raid boss of the lobby. I mean, Psycho's been playing out of his damn mind right now. But if he waits a little bit longer, maybe it turns into a 1v1 and he can come out on top. But either way, AKA a great game here so far. Future also fantastic game, obviously. But I cannot wait to see what that 18 points is going to do for them.
That send was so wild. I'm sorry. That was
like, I still don't understand it. It's up there with God, who did the push the stairs by himself?
It's like he didn't even seat swap to take shots. He just kind of sat there and took bullets to the face. I don't know what happened, but anyway, whatever.
Well, it was like Slabby taking the stairs alone. It was just there were just a couple of choices that felt very much like we qualified.
Disjointed, or yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're good. No worries. Again, let's do something crazy.
Yeah, 55, man. I gotta give credit. I know we've been talking a lot about trying to give them a little bit more credit, but Psycho has also been playing just absolutely bananas. Like, everybody on that team has been rolling so far today, and again, another double-digit game for them where they finish in the top 5. I mean, it's been all day today.
Yep. And Future looking like true Redwood originals as they come out with 18 points. I mean, that was massive in terms of where the chase is going to be. And I do think it's coming down to, as we get to our last game, we'll see that big leaderboard in just a second here, that I think it's going to be 1, maybe 2 teams at risk and a whole lot of teams. It looked like after Future did that, maybe 2 or 3 that could actually close that gap and take over the lead in the next game. So very, very clean and much needed from them. Let's take a look at the leaderboard as it stands right now. Finals teams, the ones on the left already qualified.
Close that
We're going straight to the bottom. 60, 58, 57, and then below the cut, 56, 52, 41, 48. So there is a world where a team like Elevate or Four Nation and AKA, they have big games and they make that big pass. Ratz is within inches, literally 1 point from Ace's crew. So none of 6 through 8 is safe. Do you think we got to keep eyes on Old Guard 2, Godspeed, or is it just 6, 7, 8 versus 9, 10, 11, 12?
Old Guard, I feel like they're
Don't
safe.
get 0 points.
But yeah, if they drop a donut, then I wouldn't be sure. But I think 68 points, even if they just get 2 points, I think the cutoff will be well below 70 points. So I think Old Guard is okay. Future definitely not though. Yeah, anywhere between 6, as you said, all the way down is they cannot have a bad game. This last game, they absolutely can.
And again, I want to remind everybody, Poro, Future is sitting here in 6th place, 27 points or 60 points, big time hustle. When they finished their first day of play in the group stages, they had 3 points.
Yep.
So this is a team that has improved exponentially through the course of this event.
This lobby definitely favoring their play style a little bit better than the group stages one, apparently. But either that or they just got comfortable. That's also, you shake the nerves off a little bit. You're in LCQ. This is literally, you have nothing left to lose after this point. Might as well send it and try something different. But they obviously that win is going to be what kind of propels them. But they're still not safe. They still have to have a good game here in the final game of the day.
I mean, that's the time to build momentum going into the final game of the day. The future looks good, but the Rats are done hiding. Let's see who makes a big push for the grand finals. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the last match of the PAS 3 Last Chance Qualifier. Welcome back. It's the PUBG Americas Series 3 Last Chance Qualifier. Last game, last chance to dance. I miss you, Sims. This is where the rubber meets the road and the teams have to make a big push to go the distance. it is going to be challenging. There are 3 teams risking dropping into the bottom 8. There are 4 teams looking at pushing into that grand final, and you need to make the grand final if your dreams of international play truly bloom in your mind. You have to go the distance, and this is the last chance to do it. I'm excited. I know you two are excited, and this is one of those, Godspeed, there are so many teams close to each other that I don't have to worry about somebody dying early and like us being bored for the rest of the map. Like there's so many teams that are in the hunt.
Exactly. This is why I love LCQ so much, is because you're not just fighting for first, right? You're fighting a top 8. Multiple teams will be around that cusp in the 8th place, and so we generally always have really exciting LCQs, and this one is definitely no different, especially with some of the way that these teams have been playing and stepping up, as we talked about. You know, teams like Future as well as Ratz finally kind of getting out of their holes, so to speak, as you would say, or I don't know, some silly pun that I just butchered, but yes,
nailed it.
It's a good effort.
It was mediocre at best. Don't BS me. It's okay. You can call me out.
It's hard for a Chad to make rat jokes. You're just unfamiliar with the experience in general. So I totally understand that. Yeah. Now this is the last game though. It is about to get underway, and it was Ratz, Future in particular, big push up on the last one despite having a big struggle. Remember, Ratz started today in a relatively comfortable position. I mean, it was 8th, but they were feeling okay. They climbed, and then they just plummeted after fighting the Cats. They avoided them in the last game. Things have improved significantly. But as it stands right now, for those of you who are just joining us, the race is all about getting the top 8. That is what matters more than anything else right now, is getting your way into the grand finals. And I think that it could get pretty crazy, because it definitely, in that last match, Poro, it looked like some of the teams were... some were a little laid back, maybe felt like they were throwing the towel in a little bit, but others were also doing crazy I qualified stuff. So I expect this last game to be a little nutty.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what's going to happen, because you've got the teams that are just kind of out of it, that are in full send it mentality. You've got the teams that are in first that are just full send it mentality, and then you got everybody else that's scrapping. And at least we don't have a milli circle, so praise be. This will at least play out a little bit slower, which is nice. But it looks like we'll avoid any of the insanity as far as early game fighting. The good thing about finishing on Erangel is that everybody knows this map so well that they know what to avoid and any danger signs, and they know where to expect everybody to be. So it tends to slow things down a little bit more as well.
I don't know what has happened to Elevate in this event, but if there was ever a circle and a chance to get the circle when they needed it, this is the one. There's no excuses. This is a team that has a roster that has no excuses. I don't understand what they have been doing with themselves, but this is the game. I mean, Godspeed, they got center circle. They've got lumber. They should step up on this one, and they need to right now at 48 points.
Yeah, I mean, if any game in any circle is going to be the one for them, it's probably going to be this one. They have the decision to go wherever they want from shelter. They're dead center. They could go to, they can go to heaven if they want. They can go to the Alamo. They could split even up towards Mansion if they wanted to do that. They could take the bull that's next to prison. I mean, again, they can do whatever they want. It's just making sure they make the right decision, take enough space to where they can control the area they're in, but not overdo it, because we do see them do like 1-1-1-1 splits sometimes.
And do it fast.
And it's cost them, like I said, they struggle to make it past Circle 5 with 4 members alive, and I don't want to see that happen here in this last game.
I also don't think they're moving fast enough, to be honest. It feels very disjuncted when they start to make their transition. So I think get to those spots that you mentioned and do it quickly instead of sort of chasing the lightning. Well, random pick up out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're old.
I've had a few today. Yeah.
It does what it's. We make all kinds of weird noises, but no, I think you're right. Like that team's too good. They're too good to be fighting for a top 8 spot. So we'll see how it goes. 55, very much comfortable in their spot. Panella Good, very well, probably not comfortable, but at least understanding of their spot. So we'll see how they square up here. One has already gone down and immediately disconnected. So we'll see if Panella Good can maybe take something away from 55 here. Psycho gonna go down as Glock will trade back onto Warlock, as Sonic's just holding down the high ground here. We'll try to see if he can sneak anything out. Lopez moving through with the DBS in hand. Just begging for somebody to look at him. Sonics will find 2 with the nasty little flank at 55. He's gonna get him on the way out of the window. Sonics turning up here in the final game of the day.
Man, and Sonics has been solid so far for this team, but where was this earlier? I mean, the level of play, the sense of urgency is just...
1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Sonics...
Oh, no!
And they're out. I mean, even if he won that fight, even if he wiped another team, not likely PNG was going in. So that will be the end of their run, at least for this event.
It's funny, though, that they finally turn up when they've got nothing to lose, right? It's like that scene from Creed when he's like, they're dangerous when they've got nothing to lose. And I honestly just feel like that's how like PNG approached this entire tournament. They were just playing so passive and so quiet. And then finally they fell behind and started to go out there and say, hey, you know what? Let's just take some fights and do some damage and then have some good moments. 55, unfortunately, lost 2 because of that.
Well,
yeah, but they're fine.
They're okay.
They're good. 100 points. I mean, look, any other team in any other lobby that didn't have Mercy and Sonics doing what Mercy and Sonics did, you know, over 100 points in 12 games, you're commending that they did really, really well. So, I mean, 55, fantastic performance this weekend. We'll see, you know, what their duo can do going forward. But, you know, at this point, you got to say job done for them.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, the cutoff was 69 points in group stages for 12 games. Godspeed is definitely not going to be that this time.
No, I imagine the cutoff will be closer to like, I don't know, maybe like 64,
Yeah,
you know,
64,
something around there,
yeah.
65. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be that high. And for a lot of these teams, it's still very attainable, though. That's the scary thing. If you're Ratz, aka Four Nation, Ace, Synergy, right, Future, you are just making sure that you're not making any silly mistakes, that if you are going to do a split, you're ready to consolidate very quickly, or at least where you're splitting can cover the other duo, like, or maybe you're doing a 3-1. Regardless, these guys just need to make sure that everything is nailed down, right? There's no room
to me,
for
that's
error
the
right
hardest
now.
part. That's the hardest part.
Yeah,
You
it
gotta
can
make
cause
sure
pressure.
It's nailed down.
Sure.
But also, like, you need the points, right? You can't, if you're at 51, you can't just sit on your laurels and hope for a 7-point game. So you have to find this weird balance of playing smart, fundamental, deep round PUBG, but also getting kill points, because you need to rack up those numbers. And I don't envy any IGL who's trying to manage that.
That should also just be your normal game plan, though. Is like, right, like, is make sure you're in a good position and then flex out when you can and get as many kills as you can. What I worry is the opposite would happen, is kind of what you're talking about, where some of these teams are too passive and they're like, well, oh, we only need these many points. If we stay alive, we'll only have to deal with 1 or 2 teams or 1 or 2 players. And that mentality can screw you over. Many times we see teams not take the initiative. They don't get the points that they need. They don't get the aggression that they need on top of a team that's maybe being third-partied already. They let those points slip through, and then they do well in the game, but it's just, you know, they're 5 points shy or 3 points shy.
Shout out to Bonge de Gallo here. They actually crept up and did a North George camp onto OG. Didn't pay off, but they tried to pull it off. I mean, they're down in 13th with 42 points. They need a lot of help, a lot of stuff going their way, but going up there and camping a team on their North George rotation is a proactive kind of play. So good for them.
Proactive plays. You know, I'm a sucker for proactivity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You've always said
nothing clears you up. Nothing clears you up like proactive.
So it's true,
plays.
Mike. If I'm having issues, you get proactive
like,
around me, and I'm good to go.
Will this guy shut up about how much he likes proactivity? I don't know. Pichal, they lose because to Sonics, as they just kind of randomly ran into them on the southern coast, and now AKA kind of randomly running into Pichal on the
tank.
Oh no, lips! Oh, he ran out of ammo.
Actually, surprised he's getting drug along underneath the UAS just to put insult to injury, and Shrimsy will steal it. Of course he will. Of course he will.
Oh, you little rat, Shrimsy.
Shramsy.
Yoinks it away.
You know, he was giggling too. Like, I can hear him from here on the Discord when he stole it.
Well, fortunately, PCH probably doesn't need those points. Like, it would have been nice to get it, but they're probably safe up there in 4th with 75. But yeah, can you imagine if you stole that away from somebody who's like Ratz,
right?
You know, somebody who's like 1 point
It's
out.
a desperate kill.
Yeah, that would have been awful. But oh no, oh
don't do
no,
it, Win.
oh no.
Oh no!
Yeah.
And Four Nation was a team that did not need that to happen to them right now. As Quinn will get the double with the Panzer. What? That's gotta feel all sorts of shades of awful.
Look, you know, at least they weren't 4 deep.
Does it
as
matter?
happened to somebody.
Look at this.
Oh no, dang it!
hunting
Oh,
these
they're just
men.
hunting. Yeah, this is.
Oh.
You remember how we were talking about teams that are already qualified that really don't care and they're just gonna go out there and do whatever they want to do? Yeah, this is that.
Little game stick scrims action happening right now.
Oh, goodbye, 4 Nation.
Oh my God.
You princes, you do not deserve that. I'm not laughing because I'm happy they died. I'm just laughing at how ridiculous that whole scenario just was.
They thought they could rotate on the coast and not get Panzerfaust by Win hiding
You know
behind a
what?
rock.
I'm just gonna say it. If Sonics didn't wipe them there, they win the game and they qualify. So
Yeah,
there it is.
this is and then they ended up making it to global.
And then they make the goals.
Sonic's just ruining everything. Oh well. Well, Sonic's now 6
Another
kills.
dream ruined by Shrimsy and the gang.
Yeah, just yet another. A lot of so a hard shift over to the East Coast. A lot of teams repositioning. Everybody kind of in vehicles. The only team I think that maybe stayed put was Future, and they're still in like a 2-2 split, kind of in that prison cliffside area. As Hooligan from Got Those Chicos, he's got aces right on his doorstep. He somehow manages to hold them away. The rest of the team providing some support for his escape. As
meanwhile,
Synergy
in the sky.
is flying right up above them.
Oh my God, this is such a clown show in the last game. What is going on?
Well, Aces,
I thought
Aces needs to do something. Like, they can't afford
Aces
to
needs to not die. Exactly. Yeah, Aces cannot die here, and that's kind of why you see them slowing down quite a bit. I mean, regardless of what team they're fighting. Oh no.
He's got the pack on. He's got a pack. He's fine.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's jamming. He's jamming.
He is jamming.
And so, yeah, Aces need to, I mean, you see them slow down quite a bit. They realize it doesn't matter whether it's, you know, Sonics or Got Those Chicos. They cannot go down, and they need to be very measured about how they approach this. They also can't clump too much because they're going to put themselves in nade range. And, wow, PWD is just going to snipe Cloudera out of the sky.
Yeah.
Speaking of problems.
Oh, no. Oh, Hooligan. Real quick for Synergy, Cloudera was their scout. He got sent up by himself in the emergency pickup. The rest of the team is fine. They're off to the north as Justice gets picked up. So that's another kill in the bag for Zealot and for Aces, as Hooligan just wishing somebody would. He's not hoping right now. He's wishing.
He's wishing. Oh, yeah.
He's wishing.
Praying upon a star. Oh, he's so patient right here, but he's just going to hit the tree. It's not enough. Jam will come around the corner, but Hooligan will get him because he just runs into the spray.
And Mercy came up at the worst time.
And that's it. Aces have to... Oh, man.
They're going to be sweating, man.
They have to hope Ratz goes out right now. Synergy doesn't get any more points. AKA falls. And Elevate just completely go down. This is... They are tied for 7th and 8th with 58 points at the cutoff.
My goodness. Okay. All right. It's sweating time for Aces. As Got Those Chicos just kind of sits there wondering what the hell just happened, because they didn't get most of those kills. They got a couple of them, fortunately, but the rest of them going into the pocket of Mercy, as Mercy will retreat back off of this. And now these are your two most southern teams, Mercy and Got Those Chicos, free, not free throw, but in future doing the 2-2 split that you were talking about that Elevate might consider doing. Elevate did not elect to do this. Instead, they go for the Sniper Tower Alamo split, and that's a unique one. We'll see where the circle goes. Okay, they're safe. They're liking it. This is one of those one with the fields just to the south of Mansion that have all those extremely nadeable spots. And now I gotta say, Rat's actually in a pretty decent spot here.
Yeah, this is also a hard, like, if you're Elevate and you have that split between Alamo and the Wizard Tower, it's not really clear which position is actually better, right?
Yeah.
Like if it goes north, you don't want to be down in that south area near prison, and if it goes south, you don't really want to be navigating through the open field. Like this is a difficult decision for Elevate to make. Very difficult decision.
It's going to be a really tough call. We'll see what happens here. Synergy, this is the remainder of the team after losing Cloudera on the scout. They've got a bunch on the Gallo right on their doorsteps. Kalnick's going to go down to Patum. Well-placed grenade will start things off here as Haze10 very low, but not out just yet. And this is a hard push here from Bandegallos. Gatos Chicos, they're getting just absolutely wrecked. I think they tried to make a push into Not a Hobby, and it did not pay off for them, as Bandegallo just pushing through now, seeing what they can take out of the smoke, slowing things down, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
And I think is Fake still? Yeah, Fake's still there too. So Bonchi de Gallo is actually... Yeah, this is such an awkward fight in this compound. You have someone in 3-story, you have blue zones as well. Bonji still with 0 kills though, is just trying to come in and look for any sort of opening. As Andrew's gonna get on the roof of this and maybe get a knock in that 3-story where Fake is sitting.
All right, well, Synergy pulled out the shotguns. Nice spray from Andrew. We'll find Fake and pull him away from the window for now, at least. I think PDG has a good read on just about where everybody is, but the problem is this fight's taking so long that you can see 55 is starting to creep up. So you get the trade right there, and now another one will go down, and now it's just down to 1, and just like that, Synergy is eliminated. So our 2 gatekeepers for the 7th and 8th spot are down.
That was a nice fight from Bonji de Gallo. And because of that, I mean, they're not too far off at this point. If they can just continue to close on some of these teams and survive with 3 to 4 up coming into the late mid game, there's a real chance that they can punch their ticket to grand finals.
Man, oh man, that has swung the door wide open for so many teams in that bottom 8, just south of the cut line. Rephrase still alive, forgot those Chicos. He's managed to make it into the prison. Not a Hobby picked up the rest of them, I believe, but unfortunately for them, Mercy is now coming through on the south side and cleaning things up. Circle will go exactly where we were hoping it wouldn't go.
Yeah.
That wide open field. A lot of dips, a lot of divots to play. See what Elevate decides to do, because they still have a shot at this one as well.
They absolutely do. I mean, the way that this game so far has panned out, the fact that both teams tied at 58 points in 7th and 8th, fell early, and that Ratz is still alive with 4 up. You still have 2 members of AKA. I mean, Elevate, Bonji de Gallo. I mean, it's really up for grabs for multiple teams. And this circle
Elevate
sucks.
Yeah, no, it's awful. It is awful. Elevate has reconnected at the Wizard Tower just off to the west of this fight that's going on here. Future trying to make their push in, but as we said, they are pushing right in to the boss of this gym. Mercy, Seifu gonna go down as Lucid's gonna get spotted out by Sam Crow.
Take your water type, rock type.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Being careful here. Nobody going for the res on the Seifu just yet. Sneak attack will spot out Frogman. Sam Crow, though, is the big problem. They need to get rid of him. He is doing so much damage. As the rest of Mercy just pushing forward. Sam Crow, again, peeking from that little rock ridge. Mercy Gaming spots him out. Good spray from Sneak attack through the smoke.
Jumping through the smoke. Nonetheless.
Frogman back on his feet, though, as now Future just gonna try to send it away. Can they escape? Terracotta forever, the last player alive, and Sneak Attack runs out of ammunition, but he will collect 2 dead bodies and 2 more points for themselves.
And Terracotta needs to be careful, because if he falls, and then Future would be out at 60 points, and that would really open the subs.
OG.
And OG!
They're gone. They're done. You want to talk about the door opening up here? There's
think
a
it's
giant
wide
welcome
open.
mat on the top 8 right now. Is if Future goes down, they've got one player left. He's hiding out in prison, but you gotta imagine he's not gonna be doing a whole heck of a lot at this point.
No.
So if you're bunching a guy, if you're Elevate Ratz, you've got to be reading that kill feed and understanding the situation. As well, we say that a bunch of the guys are gonna go down, so that's one contender taken out. But Elevate Ratz, to an extent, AKA, even though they're down to 2, they still have a shot at this.
Yeah, and Ratz are in a position right now where they really don't have to do much at all. They realize the position that they're in as far as the leaderboard. They know that the teams, at least they should know, keeping track of the kill feed, but the teams ahead of them are already out. And so all they have to do is just survive, get a couple points, and then that top 8 ticket is all but theirs. And still, the circle is good for them. We'll see what it does with the shift. That, however,
That's awful.
That might change.
Well, it's great
things.
if you're Elevate.
Yeah, great if you're Elevate.
Boys, you are on the clock right now. It is time, and they are spreading out on that cliffside. They're keeping eyes on everything off to their west. I don't know if they know. Clearly, they don't know about AKA that's managed to sneak in on that south side. Sonic's already on the move. We'll take a spot over near where H-Win was. Mercy, still 4 strong, wrapping around on that edge of prison, but it looks like there's most of the teams have actually just sent it into prison. So you've got 2 from Not a Hobby, you've got Refray from Gatos Chicos, and Terrazoka, the last player alive for Future, all hiding out inside that prison. And AKA, they might be the first recipients or the first ones to run into Mercy here, depending on how high Mercy decides to go up the hill.
Well, that's the last thing AKA wants as well as Elevate now taking some damage. Mercy cannot miss. Lucid will find Shinboy jumping across the chasm that is prison.
They're just leaving him. They see the kill feed there. Actually, no. Okay, somebody said Punish still on him. They got the smoke laid down. Mercy, though, they are sending it into this. They want this fight. They want to clear this contender out.
Why not?
But fortunately for Elevate, Sonics, actually with the angle from range, are going to prevent Mercy from pushing.
Sonic's now coming down to the southwest side of the circle. They're kind of monitoring this. AKA kind of sandwiched in between. His kick is just looking for the members of Mercy and potentially even Elevate. Elevate now has to hunker down. I do not think they can play this hillside very effectively, especially with how many teams are above them. But Pichao's BL will find another member of Ratz. Grat Lannis will go down now, and this rotation is very rough for Ratz as it's left them almost nowhere to play.
Oh, they tried to push it out. They're going out there and collecting knocks out in the wide open field. So Chun actually collecting some points for themselves. They are up against 55 right on the edge. Chun will go down. Ratz now down to just 2. Despoon and Gats, the only 2 players left alive. BL actually taking shots from range. Will find, actually Poonage will pick up Lopes. So more kills off the table for Ratz. Can they get Chun? Is it possible to go and get that res? He's right on the edge of the zone.
I'm not sure, but Ratz have already gotten up now to 59 points, so they are in the top 8. And they have pushed out SG. Super
Job not done
SG,
yet.
man.
Job not done yet, SG. Unfortunately, we'll see their tournament end.
Yep.
As Ratz still just trying to survive, and if anything, they're kind of fortunate that they're on this northern side where there's not really a lot going on, as Mercy has decided to go into the prison and find the Ratz themselves. They'll find a couple, but PWDD will get taken down as well. Sneak attack will try to go and see if he can save his teammate. The circle goes up north, and that's fantastic for Ratz. Elevate can also defend their sniper tower and try to play for late game here. Still 4 alive, 2 kills. Sonics, though, still hovering around on that south side. You can see 4 strong, just looking for anybody to peek. Meanwhile, AKA also in the chase right now. They're staying alive.
It's a banger of a song, but yes, they are staying alive indeed. As Terracoza still just does not want to move, and there wasn't really any need for him to, but he's going to have to make that run up towards at least one of the members of Pachao, or I should say the only member of Pachao left in BL. And as you said, Sonics are just hunting right now, but AKA finally strike, realizing that they need these points. 53, this would go huge for them if they could, as you said, just get rid of some of the teams ahead.
They've got to, yeah, exactly. They've got to be looking at the amount of players left alive in this lobby at 17 and know that this is time. They've got to start getting active. They've got to start getting some of these points before they all disappear. So AKA will find one just like that. Ratz taking a few shots over towards Sonic. Sonic's just taking the north side now and playing for the win. They're gonna find a spoon, and Gat's now the last player alive as BL slowly just surviving here.
And they're out.
And they're out. There you go. Ratz is done. They made it to 60. But will that be enough? Godspeed. AKA still in the hunt. Elevate in a good spot as well.
Elevate
It's going to be so close.
Yeah, Elevate need to win this game at this point.
They need to win. They have to.
They still have, what, 4 members alive, I believe?
All 4 up.
They still have all 4. I mean, realistically, the biggest threat right now is probably going to be their South Sonics sitting on the other side of the circle. Don't really have to worry about them too much, but still, actually, how can I forget about the duo of Mercy Gaming?
They're in a little bit of trouble right now. AKA has them kind of pinned. At least one of them. Poonage starting to creep out. Oh, I know he's going to find sneak attack, so that's another not coming through. But, oh, Poonage will get spotted by Tig. He has no helmet. Oh, my God. Poonage probably doesn't need to be the one pushing here. He is
and he just
absolutely beaten.
He's also getting beamed from the other duo of Sonics. So, yeah, he's going to back up rather quickly here, but that gave a lot of information to Sonics as well as far as what Elevate is trying to do.
AKA! They jumped. They're in 7th.
Oh.
They've done it. Let's go. Okay.
With the duo, they've actually done it. So now this really is on to Elevate. They have to win this game. They need to clear out AKA, and then they need to take the fight, preferably a 4-on-4 against Sonics. If they can just not lose anyone here, they must win.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I mean, yeah. All right, Sonics gets a little bit of love with the circle there. Not a whole lot. I mean, it's a wide open spot, and that roadside right on the edge is still a little bit of a ridge line that they can work with here. Belfrost and Vegas are trying to spot out that far man kickstart, but they just can't get the angle on it. They also know that Nanu is there, so they have to be careful about that last solo player for AKA. But Elevate, this is a win and you're in. This is a win and you're in for Elevate.
Yeah, but the position that they're in is it's difficult.
It's not great.
It's super difficult because you look at the way that Sonics is set up for this. They have Kickstarter on the north side in the circle as the anchor point, and then they have Hwin, Shrimzy, and Tig all the way on the west edge. Like there's really no safe way in for Elevate. I mean, look at this. They're getting pelted. They're not even in circle here.
Oh. Okay. The knock comes through. Good shots from Kickstart. Should be resable for Shim. Oh no, the angle for Kick almost gets him. Holy. Shinboy just barely getting behind the tree in time. So as you said, I mean, you also kind of wonder, like, what are they sitting on in terms of utility? They're not smoking anything out. They've been sitting in that sniper tower for the whole game, it feels like.
Some of them don't have helmets.
Oh, they are in trouble. They are in big trouble. That knock would have been huge onto Tiggleton if he would have gotten it.
Bale, you have to come up huge here, but no, Kickstart is still harassing. Poonage will fall. And Kick's gonna go aggressive here. This is bad news right now for Elevate. Meanwhile, there's still the solo of AKA.
Yeah, Nanu has not done anything. He's not gotten involved at all, as now Elevate's slowly getting pulled apart here by Sonics. They've got the blue at their backs. They have to hop into the UAZ and try to make a send. They are getting absolutely pelted from every angle, but somehow still survive. They're going to be right on top of Nanu. Nanu almost gets the second, and Sonics gets the win, and that might be it for Elevate. But I think AKA secures their spot in the grand final with a brave performance from the duo.
That was actually such a good play from the duo. They were, mind you, they were pinched between multiple teams. It was Mercy, Sonics, Elevate at one point was also looking back towards them. And so that was the fact that they were able to stay cool, survive until the very end, top 3, even get another kill onto Elevate that's a testament to how bad they wanted this.
Oh, and man, you just gotta feel for Elevate. Like it was there, Toffees. I mean, you said it from Circle 1 pop. If it's gonna happen, it's gotta be this. Like this is your zone. And you know, they get all the way to the very end, and the circle just is a little bit more brutal on them. They just didn't have the utility, they didn't have the armor, they didn't have what they needed to really take that fight to Sonics in the end.
It was tough. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I bet 150,000 channel points against them, but it was a tough push. And I also here's a fun. Can I give you guys a little story time here as we watch the end of the highlights?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, are you ready for this? Take you back to the group stages.
Take me
Sonics was the last team before the cutoff. They got 9th. Do you know what happened to them in the last game in group stages?
What's
They
that?
got hot dropped by the Aces. They told me point blank this round was vengeance for that hot drop to teach them a lesson. And because of that hunt down by the Sonics, AKA was able to move past Aces presumably and make the jump into the top 8. So that is absolutely wild. And again, like one of those things where we talk about people like, I don't see why we don't see more hot drops, because vengeance is real.
Yep.
And the second that they smelled
And
blood, they were
memory.
like, we're paying them back for what they did. That's wild.
Memories are very, very long as well. They got elephants when it comes to that stuff. So there you go. Sonics 11 kills. I mean, Mercy.
Oh, sorry.
Again, at the end of the day, Sonics and Mercy, obviously in a class above. It's going to be really exciting to see if of course, obviously you're in LCQ, not ideal, right? But what do you take from this? What momentum can you build from this going forward?
Quick correction. It was 4NN, not Aces, which is a big difference. So I just want to make sure I said that. I said the wrong team when looking at the numbers. Still, 51 points. They were in the hunt, and they were no longer in the hunt. I apologize for saying the wrong letters there, but they hunted 4NN because of that counter drop. 4NN falls off at 51. Here's the final, though. Last chance qualifier. 8 teams on the left side advance to the grand final. Ratz gets in with 60. Aces falls off with 58. Elevate so close, but could not close the deal. 4Nation fell to the hunting prowess of Sonics, and what a shakeup at the back end of that, Godspeed.
Yeah, that was what more can you ask for in a final game, right? We saw Ratz actually just barely squeak by, right? They just held on, and then just until the very end, they were able to get enough points. And even when they fell, I was still a little worried about them, but AKA held strong, man, and Elevate just couldn't get it done. So yeah, that's what we expect from an LCQ down to the very last game.
Not what I expect from Elevate. I honestly thought that they would not have trouble getting out of this lobby, so that
Yeah, but
stings
how
a
many
little bit.
times do we say that and then this happens,
exactly.
right? So at this point, I don't know if it's not expected.
I thought the same thing about Synergy and Aces. Like, I thought that they had it, and then it just goes like it's anything can happen, and any team can have a fantastic day. I mean, for as much as it's a little bit of a surprise to see those guys not make it, love seeing Also Known As make it, Future make it, Old Guard. I mean, these teams, I was not really expecting them to make it.
55, yeah.
They did fantastic today, and this whole weekend really. Pachow, I mean, Latin America really showing out here in the in the last chance qualifier.
I'm gonna call a spade though, and say that I hope AKA Future, Ratz to an extent right now, and a couple of these teams spend the week off going over anything and everything they can get their hands on, because I do think the next lobby is a very different monster. And if you're eking in to the qualifier here at 55, that is not optimal for what's coming next, right? That's going to be a big challenge for every team that moved forward. So congratulations to those 8 teams that will be joining the other 8 for the grand final. In fact, we talked a little bit about some teams that squeaked in to the grand final. Let's bring the king of the squeakers in right now. We got Chun from Ratz joining us here to chat a little bit more about that journey. And it was a journey, my friend. Congratulations, first off. That was a crazy end. It's got to feel good to be done right now.
Ooh, I feel really good to make final my first event. Really nice.
How could you not? So we're going to hit you with some hard questions here in a second, or maybe some easy ones. I'm not sure what these guys have prepared for you. Tell me, what was the mindset for you guys as you headed into that last 2 games today? How did you get yourself in the place you needed to be to go here for this win?
We were thinking really hard to see like the team that on the leaderboard that we want to know, like where are they like going, where are they positioning. We tried not to like get in a fight with them like in the early game. So like we want to like stay alive until to like late game to like get that placement point and a lot of kill.
Nice. Godspeed.
I got one real quick.
Go for it.
Whose decision was it for you to drive out there and flush kills by running them over in that last game?
I was just like sawing the kill on my right. I just like, we need those points. My teammate didn't say anything. I kind of just went for it. I just like, I'm gonna die for this point. Yeah.
Hey, look, that point ended up getting y'all in. So good call.
Yeah, and for me, I just want to know when you guys were in the north side in that little bunker and the circle shifted off of you, what was the call? Like, what did you guys decide you wanted to do? Because we kind of see you guys split off a little bit. What were the comms like in that situation?
It was like a little chaotic at the same time, but we just tried to like push the team out like at the edge of our bunker. Mm-hmm. We really don't have the info on the team that in the bowl close to us.
Right.
We only know that the coop left, but we kind of just like have no idea if like a guy there or not. So we just decide to drive by it and clear. If they're still there, we just kill them as a team.
All right, I'm going to ask you this, and I'm just going to be honest, and I'm sure you probably feel the same way. Getting through last chance qualifier in 8th place is not necessarily where you want to be as you head towards a grand final. So you guys have some time to prepare for the next stage. What do you do? How do you prepare for that transition from LCQ to where you need to be top 3 in the big final?
I'm gonna stay up all night, probably, bother viewing myself the way that I play, and try to study the team that's like the top team to like play around them.
I like that. Get an idea of what's going to be happening around you so that you can sort of fine-tune your game. I appreciate it. Congratulations on getting through. I think the fights with the cats you had today got a little bit harrowing for all of us, but you made the cutoff. And I want to give you one last chance to give a shout-out, a call-out, whatever you want. This is your floor for just a minute.
I want to shout out to Cowboy, Grant, Spoon, and Gat for giving me this opportunity to play with them, and all my friends that play PUBG, and my mom and my dad for letting me play this game.
We haven't had a shout out to mom and dad in a while. I love
know.
that. Right? Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Go join the rest of your team and get ready for 2 weeks' time, because when it comes to April 5th, I'm excited to see what you guys bring to the table. Have a great night.
You too.
What an end game. And that is what it comes down to. I like this attitude of him saying, you know what, I'm going to go back. And he didn't even say, I'm going to study my team's tape. He said, I'm going to focus on my replays and figure out how to make my game better. I love that attitude of like, fix it here and then take it to the next level.
Did you ever study your tape, Godspeed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I thought he hired you to study his tape. I think that was the whole point of you coaching them.
No. I was the vibes guy. But
he was the vibes coach. You know, he dealt out the vibes.
Exactly. No, I'm. It's like, I love last chance qualifiers. It's a lot of fun, and I don't want to take the shine off of anything, but there's a lot of teams that have a lot of work to do going into grand final, and it's good that they have that time to prepare, and you've got time to scrim in that grand finals lobby. So I think you gotta sit down with all the boys, say like, okay, like what specifically are we wanting to look at and work on in scrims this week? Let's go in there with a plan. Let's not just go in there and just play. Like, let's have an idea of stuff that we want to actually like focus on, improve on, work on, stuff that we might want to learn about the other teams in this lobby as well, to kind of prepare ourselves, because like you said, I mean, it's top 3 or bust. So it's gonna be brutal. If this was nerve-wracking this week, that one's gonna be even worse.
I also I love that young talent mentality of like, thanks to the other 3, I love the opportunity. I'm going to get better and prove I deserve a spot. Like that was actually really refreshing to see. And a shout out to mom and dad. Always
Sean was great cool. this weekend too, though.
Yeah, it was great.
Played fantastic
too.
The future of PUBG Esports, and I'm excited about it. All right, guys, that is it. Last chance qualifier is over. We know who the big 16 is going to the grand finals back here on April 5th. These gentlemen are going to be here bringing you all the action with the rest of our team. Matt's going to take over the chair for me, because I'll be honest, I'm going to take this shirt and head to Florida for a little while. But it has been an absolute pleasure spending the last couple of weekends with you. But before I sign out, I love my final thoughts, so I'm going to start right there. Godspeed. Final thoughts?
Rats and cats, baby. That's all I got. Rats and cats.
Love it. Poro?
Congratulations once again to Mercy. I'm glad everything worked out in the end. Maybe as a little bit more circumstantial than maybe we would have liked, but I'm excited to see what they can pull off in the grand final, and I cannot wait to figure out who our final three are going to be going to that go to represent the Americas on the international stage once again. So can't wait. Counting down the days. Let's go.
2 massive PGSs just around the corner. The only way to get there is to make the top in the grand finals starting on April 5th. So make sure you come back and check us out then. We appreciate you spending your weekend with us. On behalf of myself, Godspeed, Porosaurus, the Cammy D, Matchroom, and Gibson, the newest member of the team, as well as the entire broadcast crew and Crafton, thank you so much for spending your weekends with us. And until we see you next time, play more PUBG. Bye.